It's taken 40 since I started watching it. The house, as far as I'm aware, was built sometime in the 40s. The man of the house went on to die in Korea, and the woman eventually died from cancer. A lack of a clear air and condemnation from the city due to some sort of mold left it in limbo. It sat in that tiny dying lot sandwiched between two unhappy homes ever since. It's a story that's passed around the neighborhood when I was a kid. You'd think at first glance that it must radiate some poison antithetical to life. Owing to it, the forever dead yard and rotted-out tree barely holding up its melting tire swing. It's only upon further investigation that you notice all sorts of life: ant beds, spider webs, graffiti, and of course, the people that become drawn to its decayed old door. They wander in, whether out of curiosity or some other mental sickness, and then once the front door shuts, they're as good as dead. I know this to be true. It happened to my older brother. Back when I was in middle school and he was just entering high school, something changed about him when he started there. He had always been such a fun and cheerful person, intelligent, almost wise for his age. Until his dreams started. He detailed to me these vivid, awful dreams with sparse, confusing details. A pink woman, a red light, a stream of frothing, dull water. It didn't make sense to me, and frankly, as a kid, I didn't necessarily care much. I know that he started to stop outside that abandoned house and stare at it after school. I know that my parents had him seeing a psychiatrist after a while. I know that I saw him walk into that house. Same day that he disappeared forever. My family was crushed. I don't think that we ever really recovered from it. Never really picked up the pieces. Trust me, just me, Mom and Dad. A year after he went away, I started high school. From then on, I passed that house twice every day. One day, I saw a flash of something from the corner of my eye, something inside the window of that house. I turned to look. There was a woman staring at me through the window. She was red in the face and seemed fairly tall and bony. She had to stoop her shoulders and neck to smile at me with a wide, gummy grin. Her reddish hand waved. That wave made something tug at my core, telling me to back off. I timidly waved back and then ran home. My mom asked me about that slick sweat coating my forehead. I didn't respond. Instead, I thought back to my brother. A pink woman. I wasn't sure if it was related. I never dreamed about her, but I sure did see her regularly after that. Every day I'd feel the same fear. After the last day of classes before winter break, I walked home alone as usual. When I passed the house, something was different. The woman was gone. I mean, she wasn't always there anyway, but something else was. I could only see it because of the seasonal change in afternoon light. Now that it was darker at this hour, I could make out the blood-red light that streamed through the edges of the front door. It caused a freezing jolt in my step. I turned towards it and felt the warmth that came from inside, reaching out to me from across the dusty yard. A red light. I had to know. My feet planted themselves forward, one after the other. Left, right, stop. I was close then. I knew it because as I looked down, surprised by the bravery of my legs, I could see the crimson light glimmering upon them. I took another step, and then I heard it. The sound of rushing water. It sounded like there was a river on the other side of the door. Pressing against it, the walls and floorboards strained to contain it. It reeked something acidic, like there was a storm brewing, lightning about to strike. A stream of frothing water. An electric snap erupted into my core and made my body swivel away and run all the way home without looking back. I avoided that place like the plague after that, though I it never came too close. I couldn't help but watch it on occasion, just long enough to see if anything would happen. Over that time, I saw a few more kids go in, but none of them ever came back. We even had a school assembly about it, about the tragedy of the 5 missing kids, about the value of sticking together, finding friends, never being alone outside. I didn't really listen. I didn't need friends. I could walk alone outside. I was fine. During my sophomore year, one kid went in, egged on by his group of friends. So much for sticking together. He didn't come back out either. After that, my growing curiosity about the house had reached a tipping point. It's hard to explain why I felt exactly the way I did, but I wanted to know what was in there. What happened to the other kids? What happened to my brother? And maybe it was the woman inviting me in with that odd smile and mechanical wave. Something about her felt different than before, warm, comforting. Maybe it was a feeling I had growing in the back of my mind for a while, and I just hadn't yet acknowledged it. But despite logic screaming at me, I felt like I needed to go in there. I approached the door after school one day and touched the knob. It felt oddly hot and nearly as if it was pulsing in my grip. I twisted it. It opened with a long, grinding creak as though it could collapse with too hard of a glance. The first thing that hit me was the color. The front room was completely coated in this slick, deep red tint. The room was long, narrow, and empty, save for a few doors. The walls, ceiling, and floor kind of looked like they were covered in globs of wet, dripping paint. It all smelled strongly with a metal, bloody tinge. I pinched my nose and I stepped in. The floor bounced under my feet. It was soft, fleshy. I walked far enough to reach the first door on the left, turned its red, gooey knob, and gore slipped between my fingers. This was the room through the window. It was a decaying wooden living room. The woman was waving out of the window, her back turned to me. I could see a dusty leather couch situated past her along the wall. Opposite to it was an old tube TV waiting to be used. It reminded me of my grandparents at their home. Happy days of visiting them, of movies and cookies, and the love that only family could give. I looked between the couch and the TV, noticing the red and brown carpet, inlaid with intricate flowery patterns. It looked soft. There was a fold in the center of the carpet. It was huge. Something was under it. Could it be him? My eyes followed the lump to the edge where I finally noticed it. A long, wet pink tube protruded from the underside of the carpet towards an open door opposite the window to my right. It was the same width as the woman, and it snaked across the floor, leaving a mucousy slime around it. The tube, coming from the other end of the carpet, met the woman at her feet, where they should be. The bottom of the tube entered the bottom of her long skirt, disappearing into her lower half. I couldn't make out any sort of legs or feet at all. The visible protrusion of the tube was flexing like some giant muscle, working to keep her body upright. An uncontrollable gasp escaped my lips. She, or it, turned to face the sound. It looked at me with the same smiling expression. That electric feeling was coursing through my body. Without a warning, the entire body convulsed and dropped to the ground, sweeping itself towards me. Before I could react, it slammed into my legs. I felt its heavy, warm, slimy mass, and I crumpled into it. I desperately pulled myself away from the convulsing tube, my nails digging against the wood. As I turned back towards it, I saw the open door that it came from suddenly open wide like a fleshy, organic aperture. A dark fluid began to pour out, reaching across the entire space in an instant, reaching a foot deep. I gasped in bubbling liquid, accidentally swallowing some. It tasted like rancid puke. The giant tongue whipped forward at me again, striking my right arm, snapping my elbow backwards and breaking the skin instantly. I shouted out in pain and struggled to stand up in the torrent. I could see blood, my own, spattering on the side of the fake woman. The entire mass snaked backwards into the giant pulsing hole in the wall. It disappeared into the darkness and the hole snapped shut. I stood up and stomped through the fluid towards the door to the front room. As I crossed its threshold, I could hear a loud, deep groan vibrating throughout both rooms. The aperture opened again. The tongue shot out towards me. I slammed the door shut, catching the tube in its edge, cutting its skin, causing it to profusely leak dark blood. Waiting down the hall in an instant, I made it to the decrepit front door and attempted to twist the handle. It wouldn't budge. I began slamming all of my weight through my shoulder into it, bending and cracking it each time the bleeding, cracking tongue was slithering towards me, its pinkish flesh visible through the muddy vomit. As I felt a slimy point brush my ankle, I thrust my shoulder forward in a last-ditch effort. The door crashed outwards, splintering into hundreds of shards. Many embedded themselves into my skin as I landed hard on the dusty pathway outside. The house's fluids flooded into the yard and dispersed, and fading into the dirt. I stood on my bleeding leg, gripping my shattered elbow, and limped away from that house. Although it's been a year since then, the scars remain, a gash in my right arm. A few marks where large splinters had broken my skin. I've urged others not to enter there again, not after what I've seen, not after the others. But it doesn't work. And I still see kids, adults, people of all types enter it. I still watch from a distance. Sometimes it's kids you'd expect. Sometimes not. Don't enter that house. It's not worth what you'll walk away with, and not worth what you'll leave behind. Bailey seemed like the perfect girl, a real angel sent from above. I met Bailey at the farmer's market. She was selling handmade soaps and dancing around in a dress that looked like it might have started life as a pair of curtains. I was selling eggs and vegetables, something I did pretty regularly on the weekends, and she took to me right away. Next week when I came back, she had set up her stall right next to mine, and I guess we really hit it off. After that, we began dating. Sort of. Bailey never used labels. She said they were restraining. She preferred to call us partners, and I have to say that she really broadened my horizons. I was used to my dates being at the local steakhouse or at the creek while I fished, but Bailey was into nature walks and making stuff. We spent afternoons making soap and candles. We'd take edibles and then go on long hikes, and sometimes we'd just drive for hours, listening to music or talking about old times. Most of it was just us enjoying each other's company. Bailey was very adventurous, and it was nice to get out and see things that I probably wouldn't have sought out on my own. 2 months after meeting, Bailey was living with me as well. Bailey didn't have a lot, just a pull-along trailer and a lot of materials for making things, and it all fit pretty snugly in my garage. We spent a lot of our time just tooling around, seeing the sights, doing whatever we felt like. It was nice. But I learned one thing about Bailey very quickly. Bailey was impetuous and prone to flights of fancy. It didn't matter where we were going or what we were doing. If Bailey saw it and she wanted to have a closer look at it, we were stopping. We stopped at too many farmers markets to count, multiple yard sales, and she stopped me on the way to my cousin's funeral so that she could check out what amounted to be a tourist trap. I didn't really mind. We were the best-dressed pair at the state's largest totem pole. It was fun going on our little adventures. Sometimes we mixed things with substances that led them to be hazy when I tried to remember them, but a lot of the time we were just out enjoying each other's company. And that made it all worthwhile. It happened one afternoon while I was driving, as so many things usually do. I was telling Bailey a story about my childhood, and she laughed suddenly, which caused me to ask her what was so funny. It's you, Mike. Me? I asked, not really getting it. What about me? I swear, I don't know how you live before me. All your stories just seem to be you doing normal things. Haven't you ever done anything impetuous before me? Like, didn't you ever go on an adventure before I came along? Well, of course we did, I said, a little defensively. We went and did things, saw stuff, did all sorts of stuff. I don't mean like vacations, she said. It almost sounded disdainful. I mean like, just went, did things because you feel like it. Like, just stopped to eat in a roadside diner because the exterior looked cool, or went to a state park you were passing by just because you wanted to see what it looked like inside. I thought about it and shook my head after a moment. No, I guess we never did. And my parents were kind of generic, I suppose. We just never really did stuff like that. Well, how about it? Are you ready for a real adventure? I laughed. Haven't we gone on enough adventures yet? We seem to go on adventures all the time. She smirked, and as usual, it was equal parts amusement and disdain. I mean like a real adventure. I'm not talking about safe adventures like a farmer's market or a garage sale. I'm talking about somewhere where you're not sure if you'll come back at the end of the day. I'm talking about a real Tolkien adventure with elves and orcs and strange food, the whole shebang. I had to think about it for a minute. I'd always played it safe. I didn't eat at weird restaurants or stop at places where I didn't know the crowd, and it always kept me safe. Hanging out with Bailey, though, showed me that I might have been a little too locked into my habits. And maybe it was time to try something a little different. Maybe, like Bilbo before me, it was time to go on a real adventure. Bailey gave me this odd look, like a cat contemplating how best to get a rat. And when she pointed at a side road off to the left, I realized she had been planning this all along. Take that road for a mile, and then I'll let you know where we're going from there. Where are we? But she held up a hand to silence me. No questions. We're on an adventure, remember? It was around lunchtime when we started out. The two of us planning to go down to Dolly's for hamburgers and fries, but it was nearly 5 o'clock when she said that we were getting close. We stopped for gas about an hour before I saw it, and Bailey still wouldn't answer any questions about the destination. I didn't know what we were getting close to, but when I saw the handmade sign for a roadside carnival, I figured that had to be our destination. It was August, and roadside carnivals were at a premium right now, it seemed. Most of them put ads in the circular, though, and didn't just leave signs on a half-abandoned roadway in the hopes that people would find them. I started to protest, but she was right. We were on an adventure, and adventures were rarely scheduled. We pulled up outside this little cow pasture, maybe 30 acres in all, and it was amazing what they had managed to do with so little space. It was like the carnivals I remembered from when I was a kid. It was one of those haphazard roadside attractions that you sometimes see thrown up out of nowhere. There were little tents with curiosities in them, a small corral for some malnourished animals, and a few rides with that barely hanging on sort of look. The whole place looked like it had just appeared out of some health department officer's fever dream, and as I killed the engine, the look on my face must have been far from enthused. What? Bailey asked. If you wanted to go to a carnival, there's like a half dozen around here we could have gone to. We didn't have gone so far from home. Those are safe carnivals, she said with a wink. These carnivals aren't like the ones you find off Main Street. These carnivals are the kind that you find on internet posts and Reddit stories. These carnivals can get a little out of your comfort zone, but they're always tons of fun. You're coming, right? Or are you going to be an old fuddy-duddy? I didn't want her to think of me as some old fossil, so I told her I would go, and off we went. I probably should have been a little bit suspicious, but there didn't seem to be any reason to. Bailey had never really struck me as the dangerous type, and I didn't think that she would get me into any trouble that we couldn't get back out of again. The carnival was exactly as run down as I had feared it would be. The rides made noises like they were just barely working. The animals looked like they might have mange, and the curiosities seemed more like badly done taxidermy. It all seemed very held together by shoe leather and happy thoughts. The carnival workers were just as disreputable looking, and there were more orcs than elves, it seemed. All of them were missing teeth, and more than a few of them seemed to be missing fingers. They all leered like they couldn't wait to get a look at our cash, and I found myself clutching Bailey a little tighter than I strictly needed to. I wasn't opposed to having a little fun, but this was a lot outside of my comfort zone. These people could be criminals, and we were just getting ready to walk right in, and I looked down at Bailey. It was like she could read my mind and didn't approve of what she saw there. I buried my misgivings and started trying my best to have a good time. We rode some rides and had some fair food, but the longer we stayed, the more things stood out. What made me nervous was the way the carnival people kept looking at Bailey. They didn't leer so much as they looked at her the way that you look at people when you know them or you recognize them. Their smiles were a little too big, and their hellos were loaded with understanding. I know how that sounds. It sounds paranoid as hell, but I was starting to feel a little paranoid. It felt like they had expected us, and I wasn't sure these were the kinds of people I wanted to be expected by. Bailey just kept telling me to relax, have fun. She even offered me an edible to calm me down, which I refused. The longer it went on, the more my senses started tingling, telling me that something wasn't right here. I wanted to go home, but I wasn't going to be the one to break first either. Bailey had made it pretty clear that she thought I was a stick in the mud, and I didn't want to prove it by getting goosey over some offhanded looks. By about 8 o'clock, my back hurt, and I was ready to go home. I told Bailey as much, and she begged for just a little while longer. She said she hadn't been to one of these carnivals in a long time, and she just wanted to hang out for a little while longer. I told her I was ready to go. That I could see it on her face that she wanted to call me an old man and ask me if it was past my bedtime. I finally told her that I needed to go to the bathroom and that I was going to go look for a porta potty. Bailey rolled her eyes, clearly having guessed that I was uncomfortable, and went searching for a toilet while she went searching for more adventure. Thank God I did. I might not have made it out. I was sitting in the porta potty, pants around my ankles, as I tried to figure out what I was going to do, and that's when I heard them. I didn't know them, but I assumed they were carnies. That might be an unfair assumption, but they just sort of sounded like carnival folk. They had thick accents and seemed to be discussing some event that was coming up. I didn't have a lot else to listen to, so I craned my neck and tried to hear what they were discussing. "How much longer until we spring it?" one of them asked. "You know as well as I do how this works," the other said. "They have a good time, they ride the rides, they eat some fair food, then we spring it on them. By then, they're too tired and full to do anything. That's how we always get them. And if it ain't broke, we ain't likely to fix it. Didn't look like he was gonna put up no fight anyways. Big enough, but he looks plain as milk. Thought he'd struggle more before we..." Then they moved off, and I lost the rest of the conversation. My blood ran cold. Sounded like these guys were getting ready to rob us, or worse. Who knew what they had planned? And I realized I had left Bailey unattended. They might have hurt her while I was gone, and that thought had me hiking up my pants and heading back into the carnival. It wasn't until then that I realized how few people were at this thing, and how most of them looked like the same carnival folk that I had just heard discussing our fate. If there were any other passers-by, then I didn't see them. It didn't bode well. I was more intent than ever that we needed to leave. I started looking for Bailey amongst the crowd, but I couldn't seem to find her. All the people were smiling a little too big as they watched me pass, and it was weird to be the focus of that much attention. You know how you can just feel it when someone's eyes are on you? Well, that's how I felt, and I didn't much care for it. It was very unsettling and made me think that more than a couple of them might be in on the scheme. I was coming through the midway when I saw the group of them. the lead man pointing at me as they made a beeline for me. Two of them big old bruisers and the kind of thing Teamsters usually wear on mob shows. They were making their approach, trying to look casual, but it was all too apparent who they were coming for. Maybe they had already gotten Bailey, but I wasn't going to do any good if they got me too. I ducked between the two stalls, keeping my head low as I tried to get somewhere a little more public. That was made all the harder by the fact that no one else seemed to be here. It was like trying to blend in an empty field, and I finally ducked down behind one of the abandoned Midway booths and tried my best not to be seen. I must have been doing a pretty good job of it because the group went by with a lot of dark mumbling and more than a few glances to see how I eluded them. I just thought about standing up when I heard an all too familiar voice, and I was glad that I hadn't. "We lost him," said a deep, raspy voice. "I told you guys not to lose him," Bailey said. And hearing her talk about me like that made my neck hair prickle. "I've spent the better part of 3 months getting him on the hook, and all you guys had to do was grab him when he got out of the bathroom." "He can't have gone far. We'll find him," said the gravelly voice. "You'd better. The ritual's in 3 hours, and there'll be hell to pay if we don't have him." They moved away, and I was left standing there, wondering just who I had been dating for the last few months. What ritual were they talking about? What sort of people were they? I thought they all seemed a little too friendly with Bailey, and now it made sense. If this had all been some elaborate ruse, then I'd fallen for it hook, line, and sinker. I had to get out of here. I had to get away before they were able to do whatever it was they were planning to do. A quick peek over the stall showed me that there were only a few carnies at the end of the Midway, and they weren't looking in my direction. I stayed low and started making my way around the sides of the booths so that I wouldn't be noticed. Most of them seemed too intent on looking for where I was to see me, and I made it a pretty good distance before I was finally spotted. I had come out near the concession stand, smelling the fried Oreos and the funnel cake, and that was when somebody yelled and said they'd found me. "There he is! I found him!" That seemed to fill me with adrenaline, and suddenly I was running for my life. I had to make it to the parking lot. I had to make it to my truck. I had to get out of here while there was still an out here to get to. Some of the bigger carnival guys tried to block my way, but I juked around them and kept running. The sounds and the smells of the carnival were jarringly nauseating at this point. They all whipped past me like a frantic merry-go-round, and I wasn't sure I was ever going to make it out. It all seemed like a little kid's nightmare more than anything, and every time I thought that I had made it away, another came looming up out of nowhere to block my path. For such a small carnival, there seemed to be nearly endless supplies of carnies, and I rejoiced when I saw the exit looming up as I passed a scrambler that was on the edge of the campground. The gate was made of flimsy-looking wood, but the ticket taker, a man we had paid to get into this place, was wide enough to block it with just his body. I didn't think I was going to make it through. I didn't think there was any way. But when I hit him squarely with my shoulder, something I haven't done since high school, I bowled right over the top of him and just kept going. I made it to my car and was thankful that I hadn't locked it. I got in the driver's seat and crammed the key into the ignition, expecting them to start hammering on my truck at any minute. I expected them to just pick the truck up and move it. Some of them were big enough to do that, but they didn't. They didn't even touch the truck as I looked up at the carnival before screeching out of their little makeshift parking lot. And I saw why. They were arrayed around the rim of the carnival, just watching me from a distance, maybe of about 50 feet. They stood like worshippers in a church waiting for their preacher to come back. Bailey was among them, looking disappointed but not angry. Her eyes seemed to tell me that I'd be back, and that was the last I saw of her as I went blaring out of the parking lot and back towards home. I was glad that I had paid attention on the way in. Otherwise, I might not have made it. It took me a little while to get back, but I've never been so happy to see my home as I was when I finally came back to the front yard. I went inside. Took about 20 minutes to stop my hands from shaking before I called the police and told the sheriff what happened. I don't know if he believed me, but he agreed to go back and look into it. The sheriff and I had known each other for quite a while, and I think he knew enough to trust my judgment and that I wouldn't make up tall tales for no reason. He said he'd go back and have a look, and if he found anything, he'd let me know. And I had to be content with that for a moment. He came back to me that night, and it seemed that maybe he believed me, at least a little bit. It also seemed like maybe he'd seen something out there that made him a little bit glad that he hadn't been the subject of my story. We found something that was no carnival, but it was something. Seems like they left it all out there. There were rides and lights still going, and you could smell all the stuff frying even after they put out all the fires for the night. There was nobody there, not a soul, but all of us felt like somebody was watching us. Wherever they went in a hurry. I also found some other things that led us to believe you might not have been too far off about the sacrifice angle. There were clothes in one of the tents. Clothes, wallets, stripped of cash, no identification. Some of those IDs were people in the database. Some of them have been missing for a good long time. If your Bailey ever calls back again, let us know. We'd like to have a word with her about some of the company she's been keeping. I told him I would, but who knows if I'll still be alive to call in the morning. Bailey has a key to my house. He knows where I live. Quite a few of her things are still here. Who's to say? She might not decide to come back anyway. See if her sacrifice is still here. I don't know, maybe it was all just an act or a goof. But if you find yourself being courted by a strange woman who tries to lead you into adventure, be very wary. I don't know what or who they were trying to sacrifice me to, but it sounded like they might have needed another one. Very shortly. It took me about a half hour to drive to Mrs. Crabtree's house. I'm fine. Just get there. Since I've technically finished both of the supervised visits I'm required to do, I was voluntold to spearhead a solo shift. I can handle it. I looked through the binder Natalie gave me. Irregular breathing, glassy eyes, mottled discoloration on the feet and knees. The last few times Natalie and I worked Mrs. Crabtree's house, nothing of note ever happened. I just doom-scrolled on my phone for most of the 12 hours that I was there. Half the time, she's not lucid enough to acknowledge anyone in the room. For the most part, Natalie handles all the family stuff. I'm just there to be a sponge, take notes, get through the steps. Natalie called out today. We're already so understaffed as it is. She's my lifeline, as embarrassing as that is to admit. 10 minutes away now. I had to get gas on the way there. This always passes. I just have to ride it out and do my job. I skimmed that binder. I know I did. Every single page I flipped through is sitting in my bag right now, and I can feel all of them. 5 minutes away now. I'm met at the door by a disheveled woman. Her eyes bloodshot, her nose runny. She's wearing the same pair of pajamas she was wearing a week ago. She managed to eat today. That's better signs, right? I mean, it was only a bit of jello and chicken broth, but yeah, that's a very good sign, I tell the woman. She thanks me anyway. Inside, the house looks so different than the last time I was here. Before I even start doing anything, I have to go through my notes and do some pre-charting. Diagnosis already filled in. Lewy body dementia. The brain degenerates, the body does what it wants. Code status, do not resuscitate, already documented. Oral intake, 1 jello cup, some chicken broth. Cognition status, disoriented ×3. Mobility status, bedbound. The woman told me that she asked for food on her own today. First time since coming home from the hospital. I asked her if she'd managed any full sentences since our last visit. She thought about it for a second. Not exactly, she said. Her mother would start talking, but it was like she was picking up a conversation from somewhere else. Days ago, months, maybe years. Like coming back to a video and it's playing where you left off. In the living room, a man sits in a chair, eyes locked on the screen, not really watching it. When my grandfather was passing, I locked myself in my room, and I didn't come out until it was time. I asked the woman if there's a specific pattern she noticed, maybe a word, a particular subject she can't let go of. She says her mother has been narrating things out loud, step by step, like she's teaching someone. Only her hands don't match what she's doing. She's talking about folding towels, but her fingers just keep doing the same thing, opening and closing, opening and closing. Same motion every time, like she's grabbing something that isn't there. Hours at a time. Yeah. Only stopping when she finally falls asleep again. LBD patients do weird things with their hands. It's in the binder somewhere. So, how long? The man asks me. I tell him I won't know specifics until I get up there and check her vitals. Well, I checked her this morning. She kind of recognized me. Seemed more aware of her surroundings, he says. I tell him that's a good sign. That any deviation from her dull, confused state is a small victory. His tone only barely shifts. But what are we celebrating? She's one step closer to knowing what's about to happen. I continue up the stairs. I don't have a response. The last time I checked on her, she was sound asleep, he says. We make it to her room. I lightly knock and make my way in. At the edge of the bed, Mrs. Crabtree is sitting upright, eyes fixated forward, completely still. I open my bag, take blood pressure, then pulse, go through the list. She isn't moving no matter what I do, failing to react to anything. The man and the woman look worse than they did downstairs. The woman comes over, places a hand on her mother's shoulder, frantically trying to get her to react in any way. Hey, it's me. Where do you think you're going? Huh? Can you hear me? Hey, Mom, tell me what's going on. You're supposed to be laying down. Still nothing. I managed to slip the cuff in the gap between her shoulder and upper body and secure it to her arm. The man still in the doorway, just standing still and watching, his grip on the door handle getting tighter as the scene unfolds. The woman turns to me. Why isn't she moving? Why isn't she reacting? What's happening to her? Blood pressure is done, 118, 76. This can't be right. Her chart's showing a steady downward trend consistent with decline. Last time I took a reading, it was hovering about 80 over 54. Before that, 94 over 60. The cuff must not be calibrated correctly. I take it off, hit the reset button, then I try again. No change. The woman looks to me for answers. The cuff tightens. 118 over 76, same reading. I tell the woman to step back a bit. She's still angry, visibly so. I tell her it's okay. It's not. That I've seen this before. I haven't. That her blood pressure is about the same as it was last time. The woman moves aside as the man finally steps into the room. He convinces her to calm down, that I'm doing my job, to give me space. They leave the room and I hear their muffled conversation outside the door. Pulse ox is next. Remember the steps. Make sure you actually turn it on. Hold on the button. Light flashes. I hear the beep. It's working. O2 set. 98%. Pulse rate 80. Number's wrong. I take it again. No change. Probably because I got this one from the clearance aisle at CVS. Natalie gave me the one from the facility. Same numbers as before. No decrease or increase. I note it in the chart. When the next nurse gets here, I'll use theirs. It'll be fine. I begin the neurological assessment. Touching her shoulder. Yields nothing. Saying her name. Doesn't work either. Still not moving. I take out my pen light to check her pupils and see if she can track my movements. Eyes are still forward. Pupils are severely dilated. No constriction after shining the light either. I fight the urge to call Natalie. No, not on my first solo shift. It's fine. Autonomic dysfunction is common with LBD patients. Pupil abnormities can happen. I waved the light back and forth again. No visual tracking. Too risky to try to reposition her. Fall risk patient found seated at the edge of bed, unassisted, unable to move without risk of injury. I'll continue to monitor. A few pillows behind her and to the side, and some to the front should suffice. Outside the door, the muffled conversation is barely audible, but still carries some urgency it did when it first began. Heading downstairs, the woman was mid-sentence, attention immediately focused on me. How did she move? Did she say anything? The answers came almost word for word from the chart, albeit a bit nicer and less clinical. She isn't having it. Before anything else is said, she's halfway up the stairs. My pace matches her urgency. At her room now, the door is wide open. The pillows are back in their original place. Mrs. Crabtree laying on her back, deep into sleep. The woman lets out a sigh of relief. She thanks God that her mother is okay, sleeping in bed as if the last 10 minutes never happened. She lowers her voice. Distant sounds of the TV make the quiet a bit more bearable. I stare at the pillows. We can't dwell on what we saw. Fall risk patients resting in bed. No signs of injury. Will continue monitoring. The next few hours drag on. Mrs. Crabtree has been sleeping since the last assessment. Her breathing patterns have become a bit more laborious. Not the exact kind to watch out for, but worth a mental note. The anxiety has calmed down a bit ever since the man and the woman also took it upon themselves to nap. Back to phone scrolling and occasional staring contests with the window. Nothing really interesting worth looking at. Rural Texas has trees, grass, and more trees, with the occasional bobcat or coyote making their way through both. The cell service is decent, at least. One of the few small towns that actually has a 5G tower, which is about as close to a compliment it's going to get. Feeling restless, I go downstairs to get a cup of coffee and find the TV on, but the man absent. Still asleep somewhere. Can't blame him. On my way back up, the unmistakable sound of an EAS warning blares. This is not a test. Shelter in place, avoid windows. There's more warnings here than actual emergencies. You kind of get used to tuning it out. Back in the room now. Mrs. Crabtree is still sleeping. Same routine as before, scrolling, listening for changes, rinse and repeat. Her breathing is noticeably different now. Not the labored rhythm noted a few hours ago. Slower. The gaps between breaths are stretching. Exhale. Silence. The stopwatch reads 15 seconds. Downstairs, the muffled conversation between the man and the woman is getting louder. They're awake again. Exhale. 20 seconds. My urge to go tell them, slowly building. I have to make sure it's actually happening. Exhale. Silence. 30 seconds. If only Natalie were here. Just keep counting. Exhale. Silence. 45 seconds. I think about my own loss years ago and the similarities. Exhale. Silence. Once you hear the death rattle, they go from days to hours. It's a checklist. She'd tell me 15 years of watching people die the same way. Anything becomes clockwork. Staring at Mrs. Crabtree for any signs of life, I go from actively counting breaths to feeling for when the pulse finally stops. 2 fingers on her wrist, still there. Slowing down now. The conversation downstairs getting louder in my head, pulse is growing weaker. It's harder to place. Should I call Natalie? No, I can't. I don't have it in me. I could be wrong about it anyway. One more beat. Silence. Nothing. I just sit in the room. The time reads 3:28 p.m. Looking at the door I need to open feels paralyzing. Natalie's usually here to handle any and all family stuff. I'm just here to be the sponge, to write everything down, administer meds, help in any way I can without having to worry about saying the wrong thing. There's a man and a woman down there dreading the news I'm about to bring them. The time says 4:30 p.m. Mrs. Crabtree has been laying in the same position since I noted her last heartbeat. Walking over to her for one last check before I rip the band-aid off, I notice that her eyes are completely open, not partially closed, not closed at all. Wide open. Not terribly uncommon with death. I mean, perimortem muscle relaxation. It's one of the binder sections, I'm sure. I grab my pen light and shine it in them. The pupils immediately contract. The time now reads 4:45 p.m. Grabbing my binder, I flip through the section in ocular nerves. Nothing's helping me. I have no frame of reference for this. Did I miscalculate the breaths? The pulse? What possible reason could there be for her eyes to be responsive now? I place my fingers on her wrist again. It's cold. Nothing beats under my fingers. Maybe a bad area of circulation. I try the other wrist. Nothing. Same temperature. Her neck next. My final test is putting my head against her chest. Still nothing. Not one single heartbeat. Yet her pupils contract every time I shine a light on them. If there's any time for my pulse ox to actually work, now would be great. I get it out, reset it, place it on my finger. Working normally, 110 BPM, 95%. Taking it off. I reset it once more and pry Mrs. Crabtree's finger off the side of the bed. Clipping it on, it gives a flat line for the BPM, at an oxygen level of 35%. Something can't have oxygen saturation without a heart to pump it. No rise and fall of the chest either. Taking the temperature now, I get a reading of 94.8 Fahrenheit. Thermostat by the door reads 72. I have to be wrong. Peripheral shutdown. Page 32A, section D12. As the body declines, the veins on the arm get more visible. Pulse slows down, body temperature fades, consistent with my notes. A sudden knock on the door. The man and the woman must have heard the rapid shuffling of feet, and the time I thought I had to rationalize everything happening in their absence has come to an abrupt end. In front of me is a patient that defies explanation. Behind me is a family waiting for one. As the door opens, the old woman lay motionless in her bed, eyes now closed once again. No pulse to account for, no signs of life. I tell the woman in the doorway that her mother's vitals are about the same as when she took her nap earlier. She asks me if her mother said anything. I tell her no, that she's been quiet. The woman pauses and stares into me. I've seen that exact look from Natalie. Without saying anything, she makes a beeline for her mother. She grabs her hand. It's cold, but she's always cold now. Stiff, but her arthritic hands haven't been any different. She looks over to me, teary-eyed, asking how much longer she has. I don't answer. The woman doesn't wait for one. She steps out, the sound of her feet descending the stairs once more. Alone in the room again. Her chest is rising and falling. Agonal breathing. I've seen this many times in the ER, especially with cardiac arrest patients. The body hasn't caught up yet, doesn't mean that she's alive. But that happens when someone drops suddenly, not gradually. A heart attack, trauma. Not someone who's been declining for months. Her heart didn't stop without warning, it wound down, not the same thing. I have to get back to charting. Patient resting comfortably. Vitals obtained, blood pressure unable to obtain due to patient positioning. Science, strokes, respiration noted. Respiration shallow and irregular, will continue monitoring. Just as I finish writing, one of her fingers is moving, tensing and flexing back and forth. Only one, the index finger on her right hand. Same one that gave me a flat line with an oxygen level of 35%. It happens on the other hand, index finger flexing back and forth. Her eyes are still closed, the chest has stopped moving again. The movement of her fingers on her right hand is now fluttering a motion, perfectly in sync with her left. 10 minutes pass. The fingers haven't stopped. Every time I glance at her motion, it's still there. Steady and synchronized. Can't dwell on it. The chart needs finishing. Fine motor tremors noticed in bilateral index finger, consistent with LBD symptomatology. Fine motor tremor. No other change is noticed. We'll continue to monitor. Time for another neurological assessment. I grab my pen light to check the pupils again, expecting to have to lift her eyelids. Nope. Open. Constricting pupils just like before, but no other movement to note. Moving the light back and forth horizontally yields nothing. Still looking ahead. Moving the pen vertically is when the eyes lock onto the light. The time now reads 5:02 p.m. I don't know how long I've been standing here or when exactly I put the pen light away, but it's now in the pocket of my binder. My first instinct is to open it, flip to the page that has all the answers, then the hum of the air conditioner is louder now. Looking down at the old woman again, her eyes are still open, fixated on the area where the pen light was shining from. Eyes not moving. Checking her pupils again with the pen light, the vertical track from earlier is gone. Not tracking vertically or horizontally now. Eyes still in the same general direction they were. Pupils are contracting again when the light hits, this time at the exact same rate. Both pupils returning to the exact same size, like watching two camera apertures sync together. Her fingers start back up, moving faster with both sets of flexing and twitching in a choppy, glitch-like rhythm. Arms are motionless at her sides. The wrists turn towards me. I take a step back, eyes watching her hands. I nearly trip on the chair behind me. She stops. Everything does. My phone vibrating cuts through the silence. Natalie. Hey, just checking in. My bad about today. Can't stop throwing up last night, and I woke up with like a fever of 103. Throat's killing me, too. How's Crabtree doing? Is she doing okay? Me? No, you're fine. It's been all right. She's been very quiet. Not a whole lot of change since last time, lol. Oh, thank God. Good to hear. How's Jake and Allison? Jake and Allison. I type it back. They're coping in their own way. I think Jake's been glued to the TV most of the day. Allison's come up to check a few times, but she's been sleeping, so not a whole lot of back and forth conversation going on. She mentioned any changes before you got there, or was she awake yet? Just that she's been moving irregularly, muscle spasms, repeated hand motions, that sort of thing, consistent with LBD symptoms so far. You notice anything weird about her breathing yet? Her heart rate? Only slightly. When I took vitals earlier, everything was pretty normal. Heart rate a bit lower from time to time. About as normal as it can be from what's happening, I guess. That fits. If you need anything, let me know. I'm going to try and get more sleep, but don't feel bad for waking me up if you have any questions. Also, be careful when you leave. The roads are backed up really bad right now. Thanks a lot, I will. Do you know what's happening? Huge pile up on I-35. Ambulance just swerved into oncoming traffic going like 90. Holy shit. Right? I'm wondering if the dude had like a medical episode or something. Seizure, maybe? I don't know. I just saw a clip show up on my feed and instantly recognized the exit. Anyway, talk to you later. Good luck. You got this. Text me before you leave. Or call. Will do. Thanks. I put my phone down. Nothing. Well, not exactly nothing. Her head... it shifted in the direction where I was standing. The time is now 5:15 p.m. I can see small muscle flexes in her cheek. The faint sound from her mouth, almost too quiet to hear. Teeth on teeth. And come to think of it, she's the only geriatric I've met that actually still has them. Had. At this point, the specifics betray everything I've ever known. I'm way too restless to deal with it right now. Being sedimentary for this long is making my legs fall asleep. And I can hear the sounds of someone washing dishes and the faint beeps of a microwave keypad downstairs. It seems weird if I don't make an attempt to at least try and socialize with them. Downstairs, the man is in front of the sink, scraping grease off a very expensive-looking cast-iron skillet. The woman is on FaceTime with someone, sitting, curling up on the couch, surrounded by empty water bottles and crumpled-up balls of tissue. I make my way into the kitchen. My dad has one just like that, I say to the man. Nearly took my head off, and I told him I'd put it in the dishwasher. Oh, I would be livid, he says, half laughing. What's the deal with that anyway? Does it render it completely unusable or something? Oh, no. But the way cast iron works is you have to season it, right? So it's like you spread a thin layer of oil on it, then put it in the oven, so it forms this, like, non-stick coating. It bakes onto the metal. It helps it not rust and shit. So, does soap do? So, what does soap do? Removes the coating, makes it a pain in the ass to deal with. I'm not very versed on cookware, and the subject isn't particularly that interesting, but it's a good break from everything happening today. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah, and it usually takes like multiple times in the oven before it's done right anyway. Right. Where's y'all's bathroom at? Keeping a conversation going has also not been a strong suit for mine either. Through the living room, right as you get to the front door on the left. The woman, phone in hand, is now up from the couch, pacing back and forth in the living room. I could hear her talking about her mother, about how she's been, that her favorite hobbies are currently sleeping and staring at the wall. Her voice trails off as I shut the door. I'm halfway up the stairs, getting closer to the door. Hey, you going somewhere again? The old woman is standing next to the bed facing the doorway, gaze fixed in place. You can hear me, right? Mom, I'm right here. Mrs. Crabtree, what you doing, hon? Can you tell me what's going on? I know she can't, but it helps keep up appearances if I at least entertain the idea. She keeps turning her head every time I move around. Hasn't moved a muscle otherwise. Was she doing anything like this earlier? Where were you? I don't have a response. What are you looking at? Hey, Mom? The old woman's head snaps to look at her daughter, tracking her hand movement. Hey, look at me, okay? You're okay. Can you hear me? As soon as the woman's hand pulls away from her mother's cheek, the old woman grabs her wrist with both hands. Mom? Hey, you're okay. What's... Before she can finish, the old woman's teeth dig into her daughter's wrist. She's frantic, swearing at the pain, trying to process what's happening. Get her off! Get her off! Get her off! I need to call someone now. I have to. She won't let go! Right now is when I'd have a security guard to flag down, a button to press to get immediate help. Allison, just stay right there. Don't move. I can't! Backing away now, I hear Jake downstairs still cleaning dishes. The sound of the pots and pans clanging must have covered it. I'm calling 911. You're okay. You're okay. I promise. Just try not to move her. She's locked into place. The old woman's grip on her wrist is not letting up. Blood is now pooling from the spot she's latched onto. I back away into the hallway, phone in hand, typing in the number. It rings. You've reached emergency services. All operators are currently busy. Please stay on the line and do not hang up. Your call will be answered in the order it was received. I first saw the deer a week ago. My boyfriend and I were hiking last weekend. It was our anniversary, and we finally had some time off work to spend some time with one another. My boyfriend, Aaron, was so excited. He'd grown up in the mountains, and so he loved the idea of us heading out to his hometown to hike. It was sweet, seeing him this happy. We'd been in a bit of a slump in our relationship because of work. He'd been out on nights, and I still work days, so we rarely saw each other. We had tried our best to see each other at home, but it was hard. This is exactly what we needed, some quality time together. You're gonna love this place, he had told me in the car. I promise. God, I wish that was true. It didn't take us long to reach his hometown. Smooth sailing, all things considered. Traffic was light, sun stayed up throughout, and the tunes were on point. It was your standard rural town. Quiet and reserved. The place adorned with adorable little mom-and-pop shops and a miniature fountain in the center. We found this cute little cabin on the outskirts of town. It was small, but unbelievably cozy when you put the fire on. One thing that stood out to me was that the place was littered with huge pine trees. Aaron told me how proud he was when he climbed one of them as a kid. I shrugged it off. I mean, it's a tree, but holy shit. I understood how amazing of a feat this was now. These things were massive. They pierced through the clouds like giant shards of green. My neck killed after watching them for so long. I'd never seen trees this big before. It was like they kept rising and never stopped. There were tons of snowy mountains, too. They encircled the town like a mighty wall, protecting it from outside dangers. It was simply breathtaking, much different than the desert I grew up in. His parents still lived there, so we went to their place for dinner when we finished unpacking. They were a lovely couple. I hadn't eaten that well in a while. His mom made a spicy meatloaf, and I ate so much of it I had to pop my belt afterward. Aaron couldn't handle the spice, so it was hilarious, seeing him gulp down liters of water in between each tiny morsel. His face was flushed after, and so was his dad's. They looked so much like each other. Once dinner was finished, we all sat in their living room nursing glasses of wine. Aaron drank the rest of his water. We left around 8 p.m. I can still remember it because we wanted to head back before it was totally dark. The sun was setting, plunging the streets into shadow. The moon had been up for a while, and now it began to shine beautifully against the darkening blue of the twilight sky. Street lamps hadn't been switched on yet, so we had to drive slowly and be on the lookout for people or animals. The lights from the shops became pinpricks in the rearview mirror, and eventually, we reached the western outskirts of the town. I was lucky that Aaron knew the roads inside and out. I would have crashed as soon as we reversed out of his parents' driveway. We were quiet on the trip back. I think we didn't know what to talk about. "Oh, I'm full." Anne's voice broke the silence. "Yeah, me too." I gave a soft laugh. The car was noiseless again before we both spoke at the same time. "You okay?" We matched each other. For the first time in a while, the pair of us laughed together. It was gentle, but genuine. It was nice. "Yeah, I'm okay," I giggled. "You?" "Yeah, not bad." Aaron chuckled to himself, hands relaxing on the wheel. The silence wasn't as tense anymore. We knew we were tired, that's all. "The trail's gonna look so pretty tomorrow," he chirped, that big smile of his returning to his face. I was going to say something when he immediately stuck his arm out and hit my chest, creating a barrier to hold me back. He stomped his foot on the brake, hard. He had held his arm out across my chest to keep me from plummeting forward into the windshield. It was abrupt. I fell into his arm and had the air knocked out of my lungs. When the car jolted to a stop, I snapped backwards against the seat, narrowly avoiding banging the back of my head into the headrest. Aaron's arm was still shielding my chest when he fell backwards. Luckily, his head missed the headrest like myself, and he slowly leaned his neck back to put his head against the leather. We sat there, panting after the sudden stop. Aaron was looking forward, eyebrows furrowed, and his mouth contorted into an open scowl. "It came out of nowhere," he muttered under his breath. I stared onwards, eyes fixated on the object in the road. It was a deer. She was an average doe, and she had pretty white freckles dotted on her back. She wasn't looking at us, though. Her head was facing the road ahead of us. Her ears were completely still, not even a quiver at the sound of the car screeching to a halt. "A deer?" I gasped. Aaron had his lips pressed into a tight, thin line. I noticed his chest wasn't rising, and then came to the realization that he was holding his breath. His eyes were wobbling, tears forming. He hadn't blinked once since he slammed the brakes. In fact, he hadn't moved. "What?" he murmured in a wispy voice. He was breathless. I watched him with wary eyes, awaiting his reaction. I'd never seen him this fearful before. It reminded me of a child staring into his closet when he heard a bump in the night. We sat there for another few seconds before I decided to take action and honk the horn. Looking back, I think this was the worst thing I have ever done. I pushed Aaron's arm toward him and I pressed harshly down on the horn, a quick beep echoing into the woods. I waited. The doe didn't move. I furrowed my brow and started to feel strange discomfort in my skin. It's as if I'd done something stupid, hell, even illegal. This awful feeling ran up my neck. I was scared of a deer, of all things. The woods were pitch black by that point, and this unease made me want to head home as soon as we could. Aaron was obviously shaken. I hated feeling so afraid. So out of embarrassment and anger, I yelled. I fucking yelled at the deer. I moved back over to my side of the car, put down the window, I leaned out of it and yelled with as much power as my lungs could muster, "Move!" Fear definitely put some power behind my voice. As soon as the words left my lips, a rough hand dragged my shoulder back into the seat of my car. I looked back with confusion, only to see a horrified Aaron glaring at me. He put the window up and hissed, "What the hell are you doing?" "It's a deer," I snapped back, desperate to get away from the road and head home. "You haven't scared off a deer before?" Aaron shook his head in disbelief and turned back to the animal. I did so too, hoping that the deer had taken the hint and galloped back off into the undergrowth. I hadn't even flinched. The thing was still stuck there, neck twisted to the side, and thin legs pinned straight. The dread washed over me, sending a horrible shiver down my spine. Maybe it was death? Then, as if it heard me think, the deer ran off in the most awful way possible. It made me recoil so far back in my seat, I was practically moving the chair back. It kept its legs straight and lolloped back into the bushes like a crappy stop-motion movie. The deer kept its head facing away from us, bobbing back and forth. It looked like a spring bouncing around after you pull it back and let it go. It was jarring seeing an elegant creature moving in such a disjointed way. It was slow, too, taking its time to carefully plod back into the woods. Aaron and I looked at it disappear into the abyss of the pines, eyes wide with disgust. He continued to stare at the animal before I had to shake him out of whatever trance he was trapped in. He shook his head and thrust the car into first gear, the pair of us eager to get into the cabin. It took another 10 minutes for us to reach it. Aaron was driving slightly above the speed limit, but I didn't blame him. I kept thinking about any logical reason as to why the doe had behaved like that. When we eventually arrived, the pair of us speed-walked inside and locked the door. Aaron double-checked all the windows were locked, and we stayed the night snuggled up in our bedroom watching a random drama on my laptop. The thought of the deer was fading now, my consciousness nailing the whole thing down to tiredness. I'd seen weird deer before. The idea of one being deaf or injured made more sense to me than it being anything unnatural. It was our anniversary tomorrow, and that was the main thing on my mind. Aaron, however, was twitchy all night. He was the one driving, so I could understand why he was unsettled. He's a good driver, and I guess he was shocked he didn't see the deer earlier. The next morning was much better. Aaron woke me up with a breakfast in bed, much to my delight. He seemed much more calm than the night before. There was still a hint of nervousness behind his eyes, but I shrugged it off. I can't describe the happiness I felt just being there with him. The pair of us set off around 1, and the hike was supposed to last us for at least 2 to 3 hours, depending on how long our breaks would be. It was supposed to be a wonderful couple of hours in nature. It was much longer than that. We told Aaron's parents that we'd be done by 4, and we'd left a key under the doormat outside. We also told them which trail we were heading on, so they knew where we were if the worst would happen. They told us to look out for mountain lions, which we assured them we would. I was eager to get out there, despite last night's events. It had been a while since I went hiking, but with Aaron by my side, I knew it was going to be a safe but fun trip. The first half of the trek was perfect. We walked around the forest, the great pines covering the mossy floor in shadow. The place was teeming with life, with squirrels dashing past our heads in the trees, and birds chirping sweet songs in our ears. Aaron tried whistling back to little response. "Guess my pitch was off," he chuckled. I gave it a go, and surprisingly, a couple of birds twitted back. Aaron feigned shock and snatched me up before running with me down the trail, shouting, "You can't have her! And she's mine!" I was in complete stitches and laughing even harder with bewildered hikers walking past us, eyebrows raised, some giggling at our frantic display. At the end of the first half of the hike, we were rewarded with a scene of a beautiful lake. It was around there we stopped for a quick break. We sat on the side of the trail, watching the sun shimmering on the surface of the water. There were people all over it. Some were on canoes, some were windsurfing. Quite a lot of people swimming, actually. I could see the little heads bobbing around in the water. I took 20 pictures of the place. We stayed there for a while before we set off back down the trail. The sun wouldn't go down for a while, so we took our time. I had completely forgotten about what happened last night. Aaron seemed a little bit on edge, but he was still grinning ear to ear. Sometimes I'd see him look behind us. He disguised it as looking at me, but I kind of knew the real reason. The thought of that deer was still playing in his mind. In hindsight, I should have been more cautious, too. Aaron lived here all his childhood, so he knew what was normal around those woods. If Aaron was still anxious, I should have been, too. The trail was still relatively busy. It was still early afternoon, so most people probably started hiking then. We'd walk past them, greeting fellow travelers. We could hear them behind us chatting about work or whose birthday it was that week. Normal things. We had less than a half an hour left on our way back, and Aaron texted his parents to let him know. I looked up at the pines. The sun's rays tried their hardest to shine through the dense needles, showering the floor with little pinpricks of light. Then I heard a voice. It came from somewhere. I originally thought it came from in front of us. It could have been a hiker coming up the trail. The voice was faint, hardly above a whisper, although I would call it more of a groan. It was a rattling sound. I didn't think anything of it and waited to see who was walking up the trail. We went on, smiles still stretched across our faces. Unfortunately, no one ever walked past. I could see Aaron tense his shoulders. He stuck his hand out and waggled it, prompting me to take it. I sped up, walking closer to him, holding his hand. He didn't look down at me, but he acknowledged my presence with a squeeze of my hand. I was going to turn and see if someone was messing with us, but Aaron squeezed my hand again and looked at me with big eyes. He gave a soft shake of his head and gestured with his eyes to remain looking ahead. The voice grew louder the more we walked. It wasn't exactly saying much, just a bunch of babbling. Sharp breaths punctuated every syllable. It kept changing its intonations, too. One moment it would be as happy as a child, letting out stifled giggles. Other times it would be nervously whimpering. Sometimes it would be angry, like letting out growls and cut-off yelps. It was almost as if it was speaking to us from all angles. Sometimes hisses would come from the left. Some gasps would come from the right. It wanted us to look at it. It got colder. The sun was still high in the sky, but a grim, cold wind had picked up, and I ended up having to put my hands in my pockets. We entered an area where there was debris on the ground, needles and sticks, that kind of thing. We walked a bit faster through this part, hoping to reach the exit as quickly as possible. We had to be less than 15 minutes away now, so we were close. Along with the crunching underfoot, the voice followed us. It's getting more vocal now, yipping and letting out whoops. Couldn't tell if they were happy screams or annoyed screams. It was close to us, though. Horribly close. A rancid smell had started to permeate the air. Rotten meat with a hint of ammonia. Last time I smelled something like that, I went camping with my dad. Shot a buck right behind me. I can remember the sound of the bullet going past. Didn't even do anything with its corpse. He just slept by it for 3 nights. And that dreadful smell grew. I didn't sleep a wink. Instead, I watched it every night, imagining it jerking to life and taking its revenge. At the time, I wanted it to. It's one of the last times I ever went camping with him. Thankfully. All drunk. Coming from all sides. I wanted to look, I really did. Aaron, however, kept a hand on my back and was almost pushing me along, so I kept looking forward. I wanted someone to come past us, a regular person, just so we had some company to prove that this wasn't real. Then we found out where the voice was. A loud snap of a twig echoed from right behind us. It caught us off guard. We halted to a stop. Whatever was following us did as well. My heart hammered hard against my chest. It had been behind us the entire time. It had ceased its warbling and now was completely silent. There was no breathing. There was nothing. I looked over at Aaron, pleading. He looked back at me, eyes locked on my face. His breathing went quiet, and he mouthed, "Don't," to me. I returned my gaze to the road ahead and swallowed. I saw a marker on the left of me. We were close. I could probably sprint to the exit. I was running through each of the signs and where they were when I heard a sound that sent an ice-cold shiver down my back. The voice was horribly familiar, yet so alien. It was my own voice, deep and gravelly. It was like whatever was behind us, drawing out the sounds, testing its ability. Aaron bristled at the sound with a grimace. It sounded so much like me, except it was throaty and aged. It tried again with a higher pitch. It sounded more like me, but not quite. The foul smell lingered, almost making me gag. It smelled so pungent and strong. I believe now that the smell was its breath. We didn't really smell anything like that before the voice came, and it must have been so close to us that we began to pick up on the scent. I don't know. My eyes made their way to Aaron's, who was looking back at me with fear that I had never seen before. He mouthed to me, "Run." That was all I needed. Before Aaron could react, I had already began sprinting down the trail, running as fast as my legs could carry me. I jumped over the roots of the tree, trying not to fall. I heard Aaron behind me, his feet stomping against the ground. Soon my legs were aching and my heart was desperately thudding, trying to keep up with the fact that I was sprinting for a while. I mean, I'm a desk jockey. I do zero cardio, okay? I ran and ran and ran. I kept frantically looking for the markers. Hell, I was looking for the exit. Nothing but the endless rows of pine trees and the odd bushes dotted around. I had to stop. I didn't know where I was, and the sound had gone quiet. Surely it would be okay for me to turn around. So I slowed to a stop, legs wobbling from the adrenaline. I turned around, and I scanned the area. Aaron was nowhere to be seen. I lost him. My stomach dropped to the fucking floor. I spun around and watched. He was nowhere. How had I gone the wrong way? The trail was one road. I didn't change trails or reach any crossroads, but somehow I managed to go further into the woods. It was impossible for me to not be at the opening. I took in huge gulps of air and started to shoot my head around and yell out for air, and my throat hurt so much. It was useless, really. My mind began to race. I had to figure out how to find the exit. I stood up and breathed in. "Aaron!" My blood froze. In my panic, I totally neglected the fact I wasn't alone. The voice was ridiculously close to mine now, and the only thing holding it back from being an identical copy was the fact that it hadn't nailed down my accent. This voice had something akin to something from with a Valley Girl accent trying to do a Southern one. It was a terrible impression, but it genuinely sounded like something I would come out with. Then the next sound it made caused me to jump so far in the air my knees cracked when I landed. It made the sound of a car horn honking. It was so ear-piercing and loud, my ears rang afterwards. It was short and punchy, like a little pip you'd do if the person in front of you hadn't moved when the lights go green. I would have laughed at that. It's a car now, I would have thought. Instead I thought, it's our car now? The warning beep it had given the deer that night just rang out in the middle of the woods. It did it again, louder this time. I think it was trying to make me scream or something because it kept making me jump when it did it. It kept on hopping from one place to another, searching for me. When it was closer, I backed up to one of the pines and held my breath. For all I knew, it could have been behind me. I just breathed. I kept my eyes forward like Aaron told me to and breathed. In, out, in, out. That's all I could do. The place went silent again, fear swirling in my stomach. I thought it found me. Then I felt something touch my shoulder. The fingers were long, and they buried themselves into my flesh. Slowly, my eyes crept towards the hand until eventually I found the arm. It went up above me, and when I saw what was there, I nearly screamed. There, crouched on one of the bigger branches of the pine, was Aaron with a finger to his lips. He held out his hand and braced himself against the branch, moving from a crouch to a seated position. I grabbed the hand hard, pushing myself upwards and towards the branch just below him. My right foot made it onto the branch, and I reached up with my left hand. Aaron pulled me upward, careful not to fall himself. Just as I thought I'd made it safely onto the branch below, my foot slipped. I smashed my knee against the bark. I bit back a yelp, and I bared my teeth. Holy shit, that hurt. I didn't even want to imagine looking down, so I weakly pulled my leg back up and made my way up the tree. The voice was further away now, the sound of Aaron's voice calling for me. It made us shudder. Eventually we made it to a branch high enough to be safe and thick enough to hold us. We could see the ground through the gaps of the needles. I took a seat, and I looked at my knee. Blood made my blue leggings go a vile purple. Scratches in the fabric showed my ripped skin, as deep red trickled from the gash. It stung like hell. Aaron placed a hand on my lower back and kissed my forehead. I fell into his touch and put my head on his neck. Wet dribbles of tears dripped down to my scalp. Aaron was crying. He was always the more emotional one out of us. We established that quite early on in our relationship, and Aaron had held me and bawled over a nature documentary where a lion took down a gazelle. That was our second date. I can remember how I stared at him with disgust. A few years later, and I still do, but now I hug him back and I laugh. Growing up in a poor household teaches you how to control your emotions. One wrong look and shit hits the fan. So that's what drew me to Aaron in the first place. He did stuff like that and nothing happened. His parents would chuckle instead of screaming at him. The nicest kind of weird I ever experienced. The voice had rounded back to our tree, and it was back to mimicking me. Move! Once again using what I told it last night to coax us out. It did this for about a minute. Then we saw a flash of a brown blur speed past the tree. The blur waddled backwards, reversing. And then it saw us. This deer wasn't a deer, we established this, but it didn't make the reveal any less horrifying. It didn't look at us and was looking deep into the forest. Then it heard something and faced our way. Its eyes weren't on the sides of its head. It was at the front like a predator, like a human. They didn't look human. They were regular deer eyes, which made it feel worse, small and beady. The sun was setting, so the last bit of light reflected off the eyes. Once darkness began to hit, they changed. In the light of the sunset, I squinted and saw how it shook its head around violently. It looked up in an instant and faced away from the tree. Then it turned, and I saw how its eyes were blown out. Visibly, they had grown a lot, and now they were almost black. Better for searching. It spun around again and leapt off into the undergrowth. I heard a roaring sound before I heard a voice I didn't recognize. It was a little boy. Aaron! Aaron let out a gasp and slapped his hand over his mouth. Tears were in full flow now, and his hands were shaking. Over here! Then a giggle, a childlike cough, and the worst sound of the lot. A young boy screaming bloody murder. Aaron clapped his hands over his ears and sucked in wet breaths. I wrapped my arms around him, stroking his flank. I could hear him muttering, "It's not Jake, it's not him," over and over. Aaron! He continued to wail. Mom, Dad! It's fucking awful. His voice kept on wavering back and forth between voices. It had seemingly perfected the Jake voice that Aaron kept on choking on his breath whenever it copied the boy. It had pretty much decided that we were close, because it stayed in the same position for the rest of the time we were up there, right next to the tree that we were in. The sun had set fully then, so it was hard to see anything. My eyes adjusted, but it was still difficult. It went on and on, draining the pair of us. It got to the point where we were used to the screams and now realized that whatever was making the voices was doing it on a loop, like a broken record. My voice, Aaron's, unknown boy, and then Jake. It was so mentally draining, I was fully considering jumping down and getting it over and done with. At least I would be dying or going missing with the one that I loved. As dismal as that sounds, I really couldn't think of anything else in the moment. It messed with me. As soon as I got to close my eyes, a loud bang shot through the air. We heard a loud warbling scream and the thundering sound of feet underneath. Aaron looked at me, eyes red from crying. His face was full of waiting relief. A gruff voice yelled our full names and ran around the tree. A couple more pairs of feet followed. Had to be the Rangers. "Up here!" I called down to them. The flashlight beams shone around until they brought them up to our tree. Thankfully, it was the Rangers. We clambered down and were greeted with the sight of 3 park rangers and Aaron's dad, their faces ashy. I almost fell to my knees in joy and exhaustion. Aaron just caught me at the last second and choked out a sob. We'd been found. Aaron carried me back to the entrance of the woods. The place looked so different in the dark. Aaron's mom was waiting for us with the other officers. She'd been in floods of tears, too, immediately running towards us. I'd never felt so tired in my entire life. One of the officers took us to the hospital. I had splinters all in the gash, and my muscles were exposed. Seriously gross shit, but nothing was broken, so I wasn't worried. Everything just happened so fast, you know? Aaron was fine, that's all I cared about. It was our anniversary, after all. It may surprise you to find out that we headed home the very next day. You were quiet on the way back. I had so many questions to ask, but with one look at Aaron's face, I faced forward and closed my eyes. We were both too tired to talk. Once we got home, Aaron checked the house and collapsed on our bed. I stayed up and numbly watched a crappy comedy. No matter how much I watched, I could still hear the screams. Sometime I dropped off. Don't know when, but when I woke up, Aaron was boiling some water and the smell of coffee wafted its way to the living room. He walked in and handed me a cup, pressing a soft kiss to my temple with a warm smile. We sat in silence, dumbly, watching the TV when he sighed. "I'm sorry I took you there." I cocked my head. "It wasn't your fault." Silence. I knew what was in there. Held the cup of coffee and stared at him. "What?" He sniffed and coughed. "I remembered it, everything." What?" He turned to me, eyes watery. Seeing it again. He shook his head. Everything came back. What did that even mean? I opened my mouth before Aaron spoke again. They told me his family moved away. His eyes were glassy now, swimming with memories. Jake's family. I was gentle, hoping not to set him off crying. He nodded and took a sip of the coffee. One day he was there, and the next, he wasn't. Now you know why? He nodded again, morosely. We sat there for a while. You were camping for a birthday? We had the same birthday. It was our 12th. I let him speak. We were so excited, El. Then we heard it. The deer? Yeah, the deer. If only. What happened? He took another sip before he started up again. He called out to us in our own voices, saying stuff like, "Over here," and our names. Aaron placed the cup on the table. And we thought it was funny. I get that. You were kids. Yeah. Well, we found it so funny we asked it to come out and wish us happy birthday. And? I've never seen something more horrible in my entire life. He shook slightly, face gradually going pale. He screamed. So it didn't look like a deer, or it did, and we just didn't see its real form. We ran away, or I did. It's hard to remember. He wet his lips. I could still remember hearing Jake fall, and I turned to look at him. I reached out and rubbed his arm when he became emotional. He brought a hand up to his lips and stared at the corner of the room. I ran over and I tried to pull him up, and it just batted me away like a fly. There was so much blood. He looked at me to respond, but I didn't. I let him speak. I dragged him away, and I ran so far. Ended up climbing a tree and camping there for a while. How long? All I know is that I sat there till the sun went down and the noises stopped. And then I ran home. Did you tell your folks? He nodded sheepishly. They told the police, and they went and they checked out. They found blood, and they blamed it on a cougar. Then it spoke to me. It spoke to you? I was leaning forward in my seat now. Yeah. Then I was about to drift off to sleep. I'll come back for you. And then you can join him. I swallowed thickly. Why hadn't it come earlier for him? Was he trying to ripen him up? Just made me feel sick. And did you ever see it again? No, I stayed out of the woods, and it didn't bother me anymore. The air was thick. It was hard to breathe. I must have used this hike as a chance to take him. I could have saved him. You were a kid, Aaron. So fucking what? I could have saved him. Could you? He paused and watched me intently. His eyes bounced from one side, then to the next, seemingly going through every possible outcome. With a furrow of his brow, I guess he realized that he couldn't have done anything. He sat back in his seat on the sofa. His eyes were still cloudy, clearly still thinking. I leaned over and rested my head on his shoulder, holding his arm. Strange what the mind hides from you, huh? I didn't say anything. I mean, what can you say to that? We tried to get on with our lives. I went back to work, so did Aaron. He acted like we had the best anniversary of our lives, because what else could we do? Tell my manager that we had some kind of monster deer chase us down in the middle of the woods, and we kept hearing it mimicking us and Aaron's dead childhood friend. See how ridiculous that sounds. So we put on our happy faces. It was harder for Aaron, obviously. He's looking to see a therapist. He's also talking with the police from his hometown over Jake's disappearance. Jake's parents are yet to say anything. Can't imagine what they're going through. He told me he couldn't live with himself if he stayed quiet. I try to look more on the positive side nowadays. I used to be very cynical. I blamed my upbringing for that. And when I met Aaron, stuff changed. He was just so enthusiastic about life. Car broke down in the rain? Well, at least you have shelter. Lost your wallet? Well, you can always get a new one. You feel guilty for cutting contact with your parents. You had to do that for your safety. Always. He's been able to turn bad situations on their head and find the silver lining in the cloud, even if it's barely visible. He brought out that optimistic part of me that hid for so long. He helped me out of that horrible pit and made me see the light in life again. But since that day, I've been seeing less and less of that happy-go-lucky guy. And I'm not complaining at all, by the way. Please know that. I'd be more disturbed if he just went on with his life like nothing happened. But I feel like I've been taking him for granted. I wanted to help him through this. He helped me, so I'm going to help him too. He assured me I don't need to, but I will anyway. I love him. And if that means that I wait on every hand and foot for him, I'll fucking do it. I thought we were in the clear after we left that place. Turns out, I was wrong. This happened earlier today, and I'm still shook up writing this. I was at home after work, and I went upstairs to go change. Looked like Aaron had just left before my arrival because he left the bathroom light on. I was about to flip the switch when I saw something. It was a bit hard to see because of the frosted glass, but there was something outside. It was dark, fragmented blob. I was tempted to open the window to see what it was. I mean, it could have been a piece of clothing that had come into the backyard. Suddenly, a shiver ran down my spine, and I writhed in my spot. I halted and watched the blob. It was completely still, which put doubt on my clothing theory. It was quite windy outside, so the clothing would have wafted around or flown off. This thing stayed deathly still. It had 4 little stumps under it, like table legs. Maybe they were legs. Cats often came into our yard with the next door neighbor having 2 of them. It looked bigger than a cat, though. I blame the frosted glass for the distortion, but that theory didn't last long either. The thing began to move. It lifted each of the stumps one by one, which now solidified my belief that this was indeed an animal, and then it crouched down. Then, much to my horror, the thing lifted up onto 2 legs, body rising high into the air. It stood up straight, the stumps now longer. The fuck? It didn't wobble or fall, but instead went stiff as a board and raised its 5th stump, which I figured was its neck. So this thing was either staring away from me or directly at me. It was hard to see, but I think that it was looking at me. Then an awful thought came to mind. It couldn't be that deer. I mean, it couldn't. The thing and I were just staring at each other, and I seriously hoped that it couldn't see me, and then I realized something. I had the bathroom light on, and I was staring at the window. It could definitely see me. Thoughts of screaming and hollering from that night played over and over in my mind. Had it followed us home? My body tensed up and refused to breathe. I had gone very much into prey mode, and I was now trying my best to hide myself, which, let's be honest, isn't going to go down well when you're stood under a spotlight. I don't know how long I stayed there. After a while, the thing gave up, and while still on its hind legs, it staggered off into the bush behind the house. I cried so hard. I ended up squeezing into the corner of the bathroom, shaking like a leaf with tears running down my cheeks. I can't remember the last time I cried like that. It must have been when I first moved in with Aaron, and that was a long time ago. After this release of pent-up emotion, I pulled myself together and I called Aaron. I gushed, spilling everything to him. I thought we'd lost connection because he was so quiet. He eventually told me he'd be home soon and that I should start packing a bag. I didn't have any time to respond before he hung up, and I was left baffled. And when he came home, he came into our bedroom and started piling clothes into his duffel. "Where are we going?" I asked, staring at my boyfriend in surprise. He'd never been so serious before. "I'll tell you in the car." He didn't even bother looking away from his bag. "Babe, what's going on?" "Shh." He shushed me sharply. "I'll tell you in the car." I went back to folding my clothes and chucking spare glances at him. his face completely blank and his hands were working on autopilot. We left the house that evening as soon as we packed. Is it bad to say that Aaron scared me a little? I'd never seen this part of him at all. It was almost like he was angry. We got settled in the car and he pulled out of the driveway. Are you going to tell me where we're going now? He stayed quiet and faced the road. Aaron! I was getting irritated now. He pursed his lips and flicked his eyes over to the rearview mirror. Aaron, will you answer me? Shut up, he hissed. Eyes bobbing from the rear view to the windshield and back again. I sat there speechless. That was the first time he had told me to shut up and meant it. There wasn't any venom behind the words, and I didn't know what to make of it. So I did what I had learned to do when people were pissed off. I stayed quiet. Much to my shame, I dissociated. He was stressed, and I was making things harder. I think I must have dissociated for about an hour before I felt Aaron squeezing my shoulder. We were outside a dive bar. I had no idea where we were. You okay, Sweets? He was rubbing into the meat on my shoulder, face full of concern. About an hour of time lost. I heard him call my name and I woke up from the familiar trance. Where are we? It was the only thing I was thinking about. Let's get inside first, yeah? Something in me just snapped. What the fuck was that? No, I bet. You tell me right now, Aaron. He threw his head back against the headrest and sighed. Can we just get inside, Elle? Aaron, please! I stared at him. I'm scared. It was rare for me to say that out loud. Aaron knew that. He quickly looked all around the car, peeking into the windows, before he turned to me. He beckoned me close to him, and I obeyed. Then he whispered something into my ear. It might still hear us. So we need other people to block out conversation. I had a full-body shiver and made my stomach fill with dread. He nodded. I understood, even if it sounded bizarre. We grabbed a bite to eat and sat in the middle of the booths, multiple families chatting beside us. Finally, we could talk. And that leads me to now. I'm sitting in the car, Aaron's driving. In the span of a week, my life has been turned upside down. Life was good. It was good. I was with the man I loved and away from all the shit in my life. My parents were out of my social circle and Aaron's family took their place. Life was good. Now we're running back to his hometown. Sounds stupid, however, there are a couple of reasons for this. One, home isn't safe anymore. That thing knows where we live. Two, we would vacate to somewhere far off, but money is not good at the moment. And even then, that thing could follow us. We have no idea where this thing can go. Finally, 3, Aaron told his parents and they believed us, mainly because his dad saw the deer. They know someone who can help us. Hopefully that makes more sense as to why we've decided to head back. We're going to stay to the highways, no back roads unless we have to. Hopefully that thing either stays away or if it follows us, gets ran over by a fucking truck. Probably wouldn't kill it, but it'd slow it down, I hope. I'm going to finish this post here. Aaron and I are in the car now. We're close to the highway. I just hope we get there safely. Wish us luck. So my life pretty much derailed back in the spring of 2022. This is when the downward spiral, so to speak, really began for me. Trust me, this is necessary context for the rest. I was at Buffalo Wild Wings, watching some UFC fights with some friends, and we decided to cook up a harmless little parlay before the main card. I'd never gambled on anything before, I only had this vague understanding of how it worked, but I just passed some exams, and I was about 5 or 6 drinks deep, and the world just seemed so open and rife with possibilities, so I thought, why the hell not? I ended up turning $15 into over $200 that night. Based on the way I was acting, you would have thought that I'd won 200 million. The high was just, it was that good. More visceral than I would have thought. I never reached that high ever again. Even after hitting ludicrous bets that paid out 50 to 60 times more, nothing really came close to replicating it. Which was really the crux of my issues. My dumbass just kept trying to chase it. As much as I'm sure you'd all love to hear it, I'm not going to go into a detailed timeline of my misery. Just know that it was bad. Probably worse than you're imagining right now. Bridges burned, legal trouble, having to avoid calls from very persistent debt collectors. The works. The only reason I'd been able to somewhat keep my head above water for so long was due to my job. It was one of those positions that paid you a lot to sit around in an office and update a spreadsheet every now and then. Maybe an hour of real work a day. Even luckier to be able to hang on to it for as long as I did. So when the consultants were hired and the fat started being trimmed, I really had no right to be as shocked as I was when I saw that notification from my manager waiting for me on Teams. I did end up with a pretty decent severance. You can guess what I did with that, right? Well, I actually tripled it in the following week, betting on motherfucking golf of all things. Of course, I should have stopped right there and updated my LinkedIn, polished off my suit, registered for some networking events, but no, that wasn't going to work for me. In my head, no work meant more time to learn how to become a more proficient gambler. Every night was spent diving into the statistics, deep analytics, line movements, even sports psychology of all things. What's it called when you think you know it all? But you really don't know shit, right? The Freddy Krueger effect, something like that. Things were going all right for a while, not great, but I was winning, just enough that I was able to stomach it all. Then, one night, I was completely coked out and decided to place a very large, stupid bet on a certain boxing match. It flopped hard. Then, in my desperation to recoup something, I cooked up another long shot parlay, some fights the following weekend, and I'm sure you can guess what happened. When I was laid off 4 months ago, I had a total of $45,000 in liquid savings and only $35,000 in debt. Across all of my accounts now, I'm down to $27.50. As for the debts, I don't even know. I don't want to look. My cards are all maxed, my credit's shot. I can't talk to my family anymore. My friends are no longer my friends. And every day there are people who look like they enjoy breaking fingers standing outside of my apartment building. Sometimes they manage to make it in and knock furiously at my door, and I have to pretend like I'm not there. By the time I came to my senses and I started job searching again, I had already dug a cavern for myself that was going to take some Herculean effort to scale out of. I did manage to get some interviews, but never made it to any second rounds. Maybe I was coming off too strung out, I don't know. Side tangent. Don't you fucking hate it when they ask about gaps in your employment? It's like, fuck off, man. Anyway, I haven't gotten an interview in a while. Things don't seem to be looking up there. A few days ago, the collectors actually tried physically breaking down my door. Got real close as well. To one of my neighbors, this old military type came out, threatened to shoot their kneecaps off if they didn't skedaddle. I got lucky there. Can't bank on getting lucky again, which leads me to last night. I was drunk off some bottom shelf vodka and decided to try a more shameful and unorthodox method of procuring funds. That method being using AI-generated sob stories to e-beg on Reddit. And yeah, look, I was desperate, all right? I wasn't thinking straight, I know. Of course, I wasn't sure how much I'd be able to get out of it. Certainly not enough to put a tiny dent in the total debt, but maybe just enough to get the collectors off my back. At least for a while. What more could I lose from trying? I still had the wherewithal to at least edit out most of the ChatGPT speak in the posts before copying and pasting them to as many relevant subreddits as possible. Predictably, I got called out almost immediately, getting blocked from one community after another. But just when I was ready to give it up, Somebody shot me a message. I'll paste it below. Hey there, my name's Scott. I saw you post. That really sucks, man. Really, it does. I've been there. I think I can help. Now, I can't just give you money straight up because I don't have much myself, but I can offer you a quick and reasonable, trouble-free way to get some. Nothing weird or illegal or sexual, so don't worry about that. I have a friend who's head of a property group that owns a mall. The mall's located there, so it shouldn't be too far of a drive. In any case, you'll be compensated for fuel. So here's the crux of the proposal. You see, the mall's not doing so well. These days, I think most malls aren't, but the location for this one is just so awful that, well, it's doing worse than the rest of them. But for whatever reason, the guy isn't quite ready to let go of it. It's not that he even really cares about it being profitable. He just doesn't want it to get shut down and repurposed for something else. For whatever reason, you know. You know how weird rich people can be. Have you heard about mystery shoppers? It's not as eerie as it sounds. They're just people who are hired to walk around malls and shopping centers pretending to be customers. That's basically what he's recruiting for, to make it look like the place still has some juice left in it so that he can delay the inevitable for as long as he can. Again, for what? I don't know. You'll be given a certain window of time in which you're meant to walk around, doing your best to pretend like you actually have a reason to be there, which would involve some shopping, looking around, having a meal in the food court, etc. Once you enter the building, you'll go up to Starbucks on the second floor. Go up to the barista, tell her that you're part of the program, and she'll give you $100 cash. You can then go ahead and spend that $100 on whatever you'd like over the course of the time you're in there. Make sure you spend all of it. Don't try to keep it. They'll know. Once your time is up, you can simply leave, but don't try and leave early. Once again, they'll know. In order to receive compensation, you'll need to be there for your entire allotted duration. You can stay longer if you like, but not a second less. I mean that literally. Not even a second. Compensation is as follows: $250 for each hour spent there, to be e-transferred immediately upon your departure. If my friend likes your performance, there'll be opportunities for you to come back. Let me know if this sounds like something you'd be interested in, and then I'll send over more details. Cheers. Okay, so clearly a joke, right? I mean, I'm being trolled, but then, well, I tried to think about what the punchline possibly could have been, and I couldn't come up with anything. So I pivoted to the idea that maybe it was a scam. Something even more nefarious than that. The setup tracked well enough. Lure people out to somewhere remote under the pretense they were going to make some good money, but not such good money that it seemed like a glaring trap. $250 an hour for walking around in a mall is just skirting that edge, in my opinion. What the fuck are they planning to do once I get there? They mug me? They know I'm broke as shit, don't have anything, so, I mean, that can't be it. So what else do I have that's valuable? My organs? Or maybe they'll kidnap me and torture me to death in the dark web. I think the reason I'm typing this all out is because I'm hoping when I read it back, something will click. That I'll be able to come to my senses and realize just how bad an idea it is. Because right now, against all logic, I'm genuinely considering it. Because those fuckers are pounding on my door again. This time they knocked for like 20 minutes straight. It got intense enough that I really thought they were going to give another shot at breaking it down. But they didn't. Lucky me. I thought about spending less time here so that if they ever did storm in, I wouldn't have to make a break for the fire exit, but I don't know where I'd go. Maybe the library or the gym? Though, if it ever comes to a point where I'd have to do all that, it's basically already over for me. That's nowhere to live. Trying to weigh everything now. I mean, do I have anything to lose besides my life? Do things get worse than they are right now? One of the people I owe money to is this guy named Renzo. I met Renzo at a bar while I was watching Canelo versus Crawford card. What the hell was that, like 9 months ago? Jesus. So, anyway, I met this guy, and I was blitzed out of my head, told him very confidently that I'd bet the house on Crawford. He seemed to like the cut of my jib, so he went ahead and did so. Not quite the house, but a pretty fat stack. I made him some good money that night. Made some good money myself. Then we just drank and drank until things got hazy, and the only other thing I really remember before waking up in his apartment the next morning, not what you think, was my face being pressed down into cold concrete. My clothes were still on, phone and wallet still in my pockets, and I was just slumped over on a couch with one side of my face stinging so bad I felt like something was pulsating beneath it. Looking at myself using the camera on my phone, I could see that half my face was red and swollen, scratches overlapping each other like a bloody lattice. Then Renzo comes into the living room saying he couldn't believe what I did last night and how much of a dog I was. I didn't know what he was referring to, and I still don't. I never asked. So, that's how I met the guy. I'd later find out that he traffics a lot of cocaine over the border and does a lot of it himself. And that there's a small jar sitting next to his television containing several shriveled, dried-up human ears that he claims used to belong to the members of some outlaw gang in the Old West. I'm sure a reasonable person would have considered these things very carefully and concluded that they might be better off keeping their distance. But not me. In fact, I did the worst thing anybody could have done. I ended up borrowing money from him. Only about $3K. Maybe not a lot to some of you, but when you're dealing with this guy, it's still $3K too much. To be fair, though, he was the one that had first offered it up. Told me to throw on whatever I thought might get me some coin. And if I won, we could share the profits. Guess he was under the impression that I was some sort of master sports bettor, that I knew what the fuck I was doing. Should have asked him what would happen if I lost before I had accepted it. And I did lose it. All of it. Couldn't pay him back even a cent. I didn't hide it from him, just told him the facts straight and clear, to which he smiled, told me it was all right, and that I had a week to pay him back. The week turned into a month, then 2 months. Then I just started flat out avoiding him. Wasn't picking up his calls, being very careful to scan my surroundings for any sign of him whenever I was out. Eventually, I guess he snapped and sent his goons after me, and now here we are. The reason I bring up Renzo is because he's the most pressing issue in my life right now. The guy clearly not going away, and if I don't placate him soon, something very bad is going to happen, and I'm not going to be able to run from it. I just gave him a call, apologized for ducking him, then asked him plainly how much money I needed to give him at this point to square everything up. For him to call off his goons and leave me be. He told me $10K. And if I don't bring it to him by Tuesday of next week, he'd come up to my apartment himself and blast the door off its hinges. And that I could try leaving the city, or getting the police involved, but that it wouldn't matter because eventually he'd get me. And once he did, he'd skin me alive before tossing me into a vat of boiling oil. I told him okay. Meet me at the bar next Tuesday at noon. That I'd have the money. And then I hung up. Now I'm really panicking. I mean, I doubt the guy has access to a vat of boiling oil large enough to toss a body into, but I kind of believe him about the skinning alive part. But 10K divided by 250 is $40. I have about 170 hours before I have to meet him. I just messaged Scott back, telling him I was very much interested in the mall thing. Let's see what he says. It didn't take long for Scott to get back to me. I was glad to hear it, then asked when I could start. I told him immediately, then I asked him how many hours he can get me before Tuesday. He told me he could maybe swing 35. I told him I really needed 40. Was there any way that he could make that happen? He said no. 35 was a hard limit, but that he could probably vouch for me and get me a rate up to $265 an hour. Then I tried pushing for $285, claiming that'd be the minimum I'd need to stave off eviction, basically trying to guilt him into it. It was a long back and forth, but eventually, we were able to come to a mutual agreement. He then sent me an address, told me to be there from exactly 2 to 9 tomorrow. I told him I appreciate it and sent him the details that he'd asked for, which was just my name, age, phone number, email, and that's it. No address, no work history, no social security number, literally anything else. They didn't even ask for a picture of my ID, which was convenient, but also sketchy as fuck. I mean, I could have been a literal bot. How would he know? So many red flags that you could You could supply a parade with them, but it's not like I really had the luxury of backing out at this point. Maybe I could try leaving town. I don't think I'd get too far. I don't think it'd end well. I told him I'd be there, and a few hours later he sent me another message via an email this time. Hey, it's Scott. Please remember this before you go. It's really important that you do your best to act like a real customer. From the moment you step inside to the moment you leave. If anybody comes up to you and asks you what you're doing, tell them you're shopping or going to see a movie or grabbing lunch or just killing some time. Have a response ready and deliver it clearly and confidently. Absolutely no acting like a deer in the headlights. Just be calm, be natural, don't think about it too much. And while you're in there, don't ask any questions of your own. You see or hear something weird, just ignore it. But if you ever feel like you're in genuine danger, don't hesitate to leave. You'll be paid in full for the day. Should any incidents transpire, please let me know. Tell me exactly what happened, and I'll relay it to my friend. He likes to keep tabs on that sort of stuff. Also, one more thing I should have mentioned at the start. Try to keep what you see in there to yourself. Try not to talk about it too much. But if you do, because I know you probably will, just make sure you leave out the specifics. I know it sounds contradictory, but my friend would rather keep everything contained here. Good luck, man. Rooting for you. So, yeah, not sure what to make of that, but I'm trying not to think about it. I thought about sending Scott another message, asking what kind of danger I could possibly expect. But fuck it. Don't bite the hand that feeds you or something. It's late now. I'm watching Breaking Bad for the 4th time. I have about 8 hours before I need to be at the mall. I really should get some sleep. Make sure I'm mentally sharp for tomorrow. My heart's beating pretty fast, and I get the sense that the rest won't come easy right now. I looked up the address. It does seem to be real. An active place with real reviews. Nothing glaringly off about it, other than the location. It's about a 25-minute drive from my apartment. It's pretty out of the way, not very accessible. I think I have just enough left in my account to fill up my tank with enough gas to get there and back. And then that's it. So, if this does turn out to be some stupid joke, then I'm really screwed. Tight. I'm done for. But I'll be screwed tight if I show up or not. And even if it is a trap, I show up and immediately get shot in the head or kidnapped or tortured, well, at least that means I won't have to deal with a lot of annoying shit in the future. Framing it that way, well, it really is win-win-win. And I'm starting to feel better about it. Sitting in my car right now, and I'm feeling oddly mellow. More than I have in a long time. Could be a defense mechanism. My psyche trying to brace me for the unknown. Could also be the vodka Red Bull concoction that I finished chugging. Whatever it is, I'll take it. The parking lot is larger than I'd expected. It's about a fifth of the way full, which is surprising to me. Given the location, it might be a stretch to call it the middle of nowhere, but just based on a cursory glance, you could make a case for it. No other buildings around. No other sign of life at all. Just a desolate stretch of highway on one side, and a dense forest on the other. It's about 10 minutes out of the city, smack dab between some gray industrial area and a long stretch of farmland. Can't fathom what the target demographic was here. It's about 10 before 2. A lot of thoughts running through my head, but doing a good job of stamping most of them out. In another 5 minutes, I'll head in. It's just after 8 now, and I'm sitting in the food court sipping on the remnants of a milkshake. Not so mellow anymore. It's been strange here, right? Real fucking bizarre. I'm still trying to process it. When I first entered, which I made sure to do so exactly, at 2, I had followed Scott's instructions and immediately headed up to the 2nd floor. Looked around the place, seemed typical enough. There was the usual fare: H&M, Foot Locker, Bath & Body Works, Sephora, candy shop, store selling cute but useless toys and knickknacks. Not quite bustling with activity anywhere, but also not empty enough for it to feel eerie. Though it feels really weird knowing that everybody you pass by is likely there for the same fucked up reason that you are. I mean, so I've been trying to avoid making eye contact. I spent a lot of time searching around for the Starbucks, eventually found it tucked away in some corner, all the way at the end of a long string of dead and vacant storefronts, almost like they made a concerted effort to hide it. And maybe it was just a coincidence, I don't know. I don't want to get too conspiratorial yet. I walked inside, and the only person in there, other than the barista, was the dude sitting at the table with a half-eaten sandwich in front of him. He didn't look up or really register my presence at all. He kept staring blankly ahead at something. I don't know what. Couldn't figure it out. Maybe the painting of abstract shapes on the wall. I went up to the barista, who had short blonde hair, looked to be in her 20s. I offered up a smile, which wasn't reciprocated. Not that I really cared. What did catch me off guard was the look on her face, like I was the scourge of the earth or something, like I'd just murdered 10 puppies in front of her, then laughed about it. I was so puzzled by that my train of thought completely derailed for a second. I forgot what I was supposed to do. After stumbling through several half-baked sentences, it finally came back to me, and I spat it out. Part of the program? She sighed and actually rolled her eyes before asking me what I wanted to order. I just stared at her. No clue what to say, probably looking bewildered. I told her again that I was part of the program. She shook her head and sighed again. You're supposed to buy something first, she told me, keeping her voice really low while staring daggers at me. They didn't tell you? I shook my head and told her no, they didn't. You're supposed to buy something, hand me some cash, then I give you the change. Get it? I remember starting to get lightheaded here, thinking, was this real? Was I dreaming? So order something and then give me some cash, she went on. Doesn't matter how much, just give me something. I told her I'd have a black coffee, and then I began digging through my wallet, surprised and relieved to find a crumpled $1 bill in there. I took it out and handed it to her. She snatched it quickly out of my hand and then dumped it in the register and then gave me back a small stack of crisp 10 bills. I counted them quickly, 10 total. I turned around, getting ready to leave, but then she called me back, asking did I forget about something? I stopped turning around, and she went about making the coffee, her movements slow, almost labored. I noticed that she was walking with a limp. It took her a few minutes to finish up, and then she held out the cup, giving me one last glare as I grabbed it from her. Never been more glad to be leaving Starbucks. Like I said, real bizarre stuff. But as I'd come to find out, this was only the tip of the iceberg. I took a sip of the coffee. It tasted burned to hell. Just completely god-awful, so I tossed it. Made my way over to one of those mall directory things. Still had a lot of time to kill, so I began perusing the options. Eventually, I settled on heading over to the Chili's, having a margarita or 2 or 3. Yeah, I have a problem. I went back down to the first floor, keeping my vision squarely ahead, trying not to draw any attention to myself. At one point, I walked past a woman who looked to be in her early 60s, late 70s, and I had to wonder, is she here for the money as well, or did she just happen upon this place on her own volition? I almost wanted to ask her directly, but I thought better of it. Arriving at the Chili's, I headed straight for the bar, and was surprised to find most of the seats there occupied. Most lively place I'd seen in the mall by far, though there wasn't a soul at any of the tables. It was a mixed group, men, women, some old, some young. All seemed pretty drunk, glaring at me malevolently, as if I was intruding on some sacred ground. Well, I thought this was just the way that it was going to be. I tried not to take it personally. I took a seat at the end of the bar, trying and failing to catch the bartender's attention. He was a youngish guy, maybe early 30s, big beard, pencil-thin arms covered in tattoos. I think it took about 5 full minutes before he finally, reluctantly, looked my way. He started to walk toward me, moving real slow, as if trying to draw out the steps. Yeah, is all he said to me, his tone oozing with cold contempt. I told him that I'd have a margarita, along with a Budweiser. For a while, he continued to stare at me, his expression implying that I'd crossed some sort of line by asking to be served alcohol at a bar at a fucking Chili's. Then he took a deep breath through his nose and turned away. He walked over to the liquor shelf. I watched him as he dumped some tequila into a glass, then threw a lime wedge in it, topping it off with a messy splash of Sprite, spilling most of it onto the counter. Then he walked back over, set it down roughly in front of me, and walked away again. Didn't bother with the Budweiser. I didn't bother pressing him for it. More trouble than it was worth, I reckon. I sat there and sipped my drink slowly, watching CNN on the television, but not really paying attention to it. It was hard to focus on anything at all when you could just feel that every single pair of eyes in the room was stuck on you like glue. That you were the center of attention for reasons that were probably not so good. I finished the drink and felt like I needed one more to get a tolerable buzz going. Tried to get the bartender's attention again, but this time he just straight up ignored me. Kept facing ahead while leaning against the back shelf. taking swigs off a Smirnoff bottle before putting it back, lightly swaying on his feet. I was plastered. At a point, it starts to become a blow to your ego. This was about that point. I began shouting at us, like, "Come on, man, can a guy not get a fucking drink?" Maybe, probably with a bit more of an edge to my voice, but he still wouldn't look at me. I looked down at the rest of the bar, and suddenly nobody else was looking at me either. Like the entire room had suddenly and collectively agreed to pretend like I no longer existed. "What the fuck is wrong with you people?" I shouted. "Nothing against you, buddy." Somebody, but couldn't see who, shouted back. "There's too many people in here right now." I asked out loud, what the hell was that supposed to mean? "It's 5 o'clock on a Tuesday," the bartender spoke up, his tone implying that he was explaining something painfully obvious. "Think about it, yeah? How busy can a Chili's get on a Tuesday? 5 o'clock. Think about it. If we don't sell this, then nobody gets paid, so quit your whining. Come back when it's emptier." Any further questions of mine fell on deaf ears. I was invisible again. I slapped one of the $10 bills onto the counter, stood up, and left the place. For the next few hours, I sort of just wandered around, my head in a bit of a daze, still not fully convinced this wasn't a dream. I went over to the food court, ate some KFC. The guy working the counter there didn't say a word to me, communicating via nothing but head nods. Then when I bit into the chicken, I realized that some of it was still raw. I just ate around it. After that, I went over to the Under Armour store, spent some time looking over some knockoff jackets. Labels read Andre Armoire. That nevertheless seemed comparable in quality to the real thing. I picked up one of them, along with a t-shirt. Surprisingly, the lady who worked there was actually pretty nice. Actually put some effort into being an employee. Maybe she was a real employee. After that, I was down to just $20. I went over to the movie theater, which was completely empty, save for a woman who was asleep behind the box office and some guy sweeping the floors. The screen that was supposed to be displaying what was playing was glitched, completely bugging out, so I went up to the guy, asked him what was on. He just shrugged, said it could be anything. Then I asked how was I supposed to buy a ticket. He said all I needed to do was go up to the box office, put $10 onto the counter, and go into any one of the theaters, but to try and not wake Lindsay up, since she gets really cranky when that happens. He doesn't want to deal with it. I parted ways with another bill, then went into the closest theater, catching about 2/3 of the last Avatar movie. The one with the fire in it. There was only one other person in the theater, sitting near the front. They were there when I walked in. They didn't move after the film had finished. I left the theater, went to the washroom, took a piss, splashed my face with cold water while looking at myself in the mirror, taking deep breaths. Now the anxiety was starting to break through. Fear as well. After I finished drying myself, the stall closest to the wall opened up. I looked over, seeing the door hanging ajar, but with nobody emerging from behind it. Through the gap at the bottom, I could see a pair of dirty white sneakers. Guess whoever they belonged to was just standing there. Which was a really freaky thing to think about. I left the washroom shortly afterward, looking over my shoulder to make sure nobody was trying to follow me out. Nobody did. There were a few more odd occurrences after this. I walked past an electronics store, and this short, older dude came out from behind the counter with his big smile on his face, tried to gesture for me to come inside. "Cell phone? Cell phone," he kept saying. "Fix cell phone?" I told him my cell phone didn't need fixing, and his expression dropped like a stone in a lake. I watched him as he walked back into the store and rolled down the security gates and disappeared behind them. Then the lights went off inside. There was also this lady walking around with a metal tray claiming to be offering samples of cinnamon rolls. The cinnamon rolls in question were dollops of thick, gray, bubbling sludge. Safe to say I passed on that. At some point, I had what I believe was a panic attack. Never had one before, but I think this was it. The tightness in my chest, an overwhelming sense of dread. I found a bench somewhere, I took a seat, pulled up some breathing exercises on YouTube, and tried to replicate them. To my surprise, they worked pretty well. I went back to the food court, spent my last $10 on a large peanut butter milkshake from Baskin-Robbins with a bunch of chocolate bullshit blended into it. Now, that's where I am now, just sitting here, waiting for 9 to hit so I can get the fuck out of whatever the fuck this place is. I'm feeling better now, I think. Maybe it's just the dopamine from all the sugar, but I'm feeling alright. Enough that I think I'll be able to get through this. Shit, there's a guy walking towards me now. Just sat down beside me. The good news is I'm back in my apartment now, mostly unscathed. The not so good news is that as much as I need the money, I'm not sure I can go back to that place. So, about that guy in the food court, right? He was young. Maybe early 20s, tall, skinny, brown hair cut into a short fade. Looks like a bog-standard college kid. Sat next to me, started making small talk, asking how my day had been. Was the milkshake good, etc. Tried ignoring him at first, but he seemed nice, normal, coherent enough. I started to feel bad about it. So we got to talking a bit. Told me his name was Daniel. He used to be a copywriter, but got laid off after about 6 months. Hadn't been able to find anything since. So, what's what he was doing here? What about you? He then asked. Why are you here? Right at that moment, I felt comfortable enough to tell him the truth. I told him about the gambling, the debts, the collectors. It felt nice and cathartic, airing out my dirty laundry to a complete stranger, so I kept on going. I didn't stop talking until my eyes drifted down and I landed on the shoes he was wearing. These really worn, scuffed white sneakers. Okay, I thought, could be a coincidence. And even if it was the same guy from the bathroom, then so what? But then I remembered Scott's message, specifically his instructions about what I was supposed to do if somebody tried to talk to me, and the realization washed over me like a cold wave. I suddenly stood up, told him I had to get going. He started protesting, telling me that I should stick around because he had something he wanted to show me. I told him I was tired and I really needed to go home. He started grinning, showing off blocky, chiclet teeth, really stretched his lips as wide as they could go, and then a bit wider than that. Looked really uncanny. He asked me again what I was doing here. Shopping. I told him I was shopping. He pointed out that I didn't have any bags. So what could I have been shopping for? I started scanning the floor around me before remembering that I'd left the Under Armour bag in the washroom. He started laughing in this jovial manner, though there was something clearly ominous beneath it. You're not shopping, are you? He asked. Then what? Why are you here? I snuck a glance at my phone and saw 8:50. I repeated that I really needed to leave, and then I turned around and started heading for the exit. To my dismay, I could hear his steps keeping pace behind me. Once I got to the door, I checked the time again, 8:55. I turned, and Daniel, or whoever the fuck he was standing there. Standing about a half dozen feet away. Don't you have to go home? He questioned, holding on to the grin. Door's right there. Why don't you leave? By now, I was checking my phone every few seconds, no longer making an attempt to hide it. He laughed again and said that if I wasn't going to go home, I might as well come and see what he wants to show me. And now the panic had returned, and I really had to force myself to stay put for just a few more minutes. Minutes that seemed to be stretching into infinity, but I told myself that I was ready to sprint the second he tried to make a move. I started wondering who I was more scared of, Renzo or this fucker right here in front of me. Came up inconclusive. As the seconds ticked down, he continued goading me to come with him, each request insinuating more of a threat than the last, the grin slowly fading, twisting into something more outwardly malicious. The moment that the clock hit 9, I tried to bolt, though I didn't get very far. The bastard grabbed my collar, started dragging me back. I tried yanking myself away, but the fucking freak had this inexplainable iron grip. It was nothing but luck that I'd been wearing one of my old cheap shirts, and the fabric of which was already starting to tear. I jerked myself forward a few more times until it shredded off my back. Once free, I lunged ahead and pushed the door open, vaulting myself outside and tripping over my own feet, elbows planting hard onto the concrete. The searing pain jolted up my arms, and I think I heard something crack, but I wasn't too worried about it in the moment, more concerned about making sure Daniel wasn't about to drag me back inside. I scrambled to my feet and spun around to face the doors, bracing myself for, well, I don't know what. Maybe for him to be charging towards me like a bull. Which he wasn't. He remained inside, his face now pressed up against the glass, features pancaked into this odd, grotesque visage, staring at me with wide, bulging eyes, relentlessly dragging his tongue across the glass in a circular pattern like he'd suddenly forgotten how to act like a human, or maybe he just didn't care anymore, no longer felt the need to keep up the front. I just stood there and stared back, convinced that the second I tried to move, he'd do the same. I'm not sure how long this little stalemate of ours went on for, but I remember it I remember my heart racing the entire time, beating faster and faster, approaching a point where I thought it might just explode. But eventually, he did leave. Detached his face from the glass, spun around, just walked off. I doubled over, puked up some bile, took several deep breaths before walking over to my car, cold and shirtless, watching the sun dip into the horizon. I wasn't expecting to find that my tires had all been slashed. All 4 of them. My stomach dropped, then it dropped even further when I looked around and saw that my car was now literally the only one in the entire lot. I tried calling for an Uber, but the network out there was so shit, the app wouldn't load. I could have gone back into the mall to use the Wi-Fi, but I mean, fuck that. I just leaned on the hood of my car, mulling over my options, feeling a bit numb. My apartment was about 18 miles away, theoretically walkable, but the bigger problem was I really didn't know the way. There was a good chance if I tried walking, I'd end up in the next town over, especially in the dark, which is something I thankfully didn't have to risk. A few minutes later, the front door swung open, and out came a woman maybe in her 30s, dressed in jeans and a windbreaker. She didn't seem all too dangerous, but my expectations were up in the air at this point, so I backed away regardless. She walked halfway across the lot before stopping, looking over at me. Seemed like she was about to say something, but then hesitated, looking away for a second before looking back. Then she called out, asking if I needed a ride. I told her I'd love one. But could she first prove to me that she wasn't with that maniac I just escaped from? She said she wasn't with him, but she didn't know how she was supposed to prove that to me. That she wasn't going to wait around, so if I wanted a ride, I should make that decision soon. I shivered. It was starting to get cold. She never questioned why I was shirtless. I then asked her where her car was. She told me to follow her, but not before flashing the Glock attached to her hip. She said she didn't think that I was a threat, but that she absolutely would not hesitate to shoot if I tried anything. And I assured her I wasn't going to try anything. She parked about a half mile away from the mall on a dirt patch in the forest, well hidden from the road. I asked her why she parked all the way out there and not in the lot. She told me the first time she'd left her car in the lot after 8 p.m. her tires had gotten slashed. I then asked her how long she's been working at the mall. She said she didn't really want to talk about it. That she'd prefer it if we just sat in silence for the duration of the trip. So we did. Once we were back in the city, she dropped me off at a train station. I didn't have any cash for a ticket, but it was pretty close to my apartment, only about a 10-minute walk away. I thanked her. I hopped out. Before she took off, I asked her what her name was. She just shook her head, saying it'd be pointless for me to know. When I got home, I drained the rest of the vodka in my fridge and passed out on the couch. When I woke up this morning, I checked my phone and saw a notification from my bank. I've been e-transferred $3,000. I also got another email from Scott. Hey man, I saw you might have had a rough first day, so I sent you a bit extra on top of the promised amount. Your hours are the same for today, 2 to 9 p.m. And also, man, just remember what I said before. You're a customer there, so act like it. It's about 10:30. I'm just laying on the couch sipping some tomato juice, not really wanting to move, especially not to go back to that place. I spent some time trying to calculate how far $3,000 could get me if I skipped town. Concluded probably not very far. Then I tried conjuring up some other ways I might be able to cover the last $7,000 before asking myself who I was kidding. I really don't want to go back there. But I know I'll probably have to. I've been feeling something watching me for weeks. I couldn't have told you what it was, and if it hadn't made its presence known, I probably would have never had a clue. It was early spring, and Anytime I was out feeding chickens, tending to my goats, or milking cows, I'd sense the presence of something just behind me. It was never foolish enough to let me have a look at it, and that may have led me to believe that it was afraid of me. I'd turn around suddenly on my milking stool or with chicken feed ready to throw in my hand, expecting to see a cat, maybe some kind of stray dog. There was never anything there. It wasn't until about 3 weeks after I had first felt the eyes that I found the dead goat. Myrtle was one of my older goats, an animal I had had since I moved out here after my husband died. She was as good a goat as you could have, pretty good temperament, not what most people would call a butter, and generally pretty amiable as far as goats went. I'd come out to do some milking and check on some kits that had just been born, and she was lying dead right there in the middle of the paddock. The other goats were giving her a wide berth, and it was as if they were also a little afraid to get too close to her. She had been ripped open from throat to groin, and whatever it was had taken a pretty big bite out of her. I didn't really know what to expect. I knew the area I had coyotes, and a lot of problems with feral dogs, but I never had anything like this happen. I called my neighbor, Mr. Ward, a big old guy who's been here since just after World War II. He helped me sometimes, and he's been a good neighbor to me since he knows that I'm new at this. He shook his head, said exactly what I'd been thinking. "Yeah, looks like coyotes got her." "Coyotes? I haven't seen any coyotes around this year." "Well, it's still pretty early in the year. Hasn't been really what we would consider spring for more than a couple of weeks. Probably been lying up and not getting far from their den since most of them have new pups to care for, and food's just starting to wake up for the season. My advice would be to put out repellent. You have any?" I told him I had a little left from last year. He shook his head, said that it wouldn't do. He came back about an hour later with a bag of something that stank to high heaven. I asked him what was in it, and he puffed up a little with pride as he told me that it was an old family recipe made out of mothballs, sulfur, black powder, and all sorts of stuff. He said coyotes wouldn't want to get in their nostrils. Coyotes have a very sensitive nose. Most of them will get away from this, not want to come anywhere near your property. I don't think you'll have much of a problem after this. He told me to sprinkle it around outside the property line, and I thanked him as I took the bag and set to work. He wasn't kidding. The stuff was extremely smelly. I was glad once the sack was empty, I could return to my life as it usually occurred. I was sad for the loss of my goat, but I reminded myself that she had been old when I got her. She probably didn't have too many winters left in her. I reminded myself that it wasn't as if it was one of the young goats, ones I'd just got done spending all that money on. A couple days later, it was like I was living in a sense of deja vu. I came out to the goat pen and found another dead goat, laying there in the middle of the paddock, its throat ripped out, split open from throat to groin. I wonder if Mr. Ward's family recipe was really as potent as it smelled. When I called him to make inquiries, he laughed and said that sometimes that would happen. He said it was nothing to get concerned about, just make sure that I was bringing my goats in at night so that the coyotes would leave them alone. I hated to do it. The goats seemed to enjoy sleeping outside at night, but I figured they would enjoy being alive more. I started bringing my goats in, and for a little while it got better. A few days afterward, I noticed some damage to the side of the building. I knew coyotes liked to dig, but this didn't look like damage from someone digging. It looked like something had tried to make its way through the side of the goat barn, and it had made some pretty good progress. I'd have to replace the wood on the side of the barn if I wanted my goats to stay in. I went to the hardware store and reinforced it with some sheet metal, and hopefully that would be the end of it. The sense of being watched had never quite gone away, but now it only seemed to get worse. I could catch sight of things out of my peripherals, some kind of strange animal shape that was never far away. I started getting worried that it might be a wolf or some kind of animal with a strange, aggressive disease. You never know when something's going to come up with the mange or the rabies or something, and it's best to be prepared if it should happen. If it were something with rabies, then it might be best to put it down before it bites somebody. Mostly I was worried about it biting me, since my closest neighbor was Mr. Ward. He was over 2 miles to the east. Really didn't want to have to get all those rabies shots that I knew a bite would lead to. There was never any guarantee that you wouldn't pick it up at some point after work. I started carrying my gun with me, the old shotgun that my husband had carried for years, and it gave me a certain amount of comfort to have it close by. I guess that was about the time the dreams started too, though I don't usually put a lot of stock in dreams. In my dreams, I was always going about my farm chores. Something followed me across my waking hours. It was unlike any animal I'd ever heard of. It had legs that were longer than any animal's should be. Walked around on them most comically as it stopped me across my farm. I never looked behind me, but just the sights from the edges of my periphery were enough to make me think I didn't really want to see what it was. It looked like a big dog, but that was just what I could tell from little glances. I started looking for this long whatever it was anytime I was out doing farm stuff. And luckily I never really caught a sight of it, but as the dreams persisted, I almost came to expect that one day I would. Started to feel jumpy. My paranoia really racketing up the longer this went on, and it was hard to maintain my sanity day in and day out. I had had a problem with drinking right after my husband died, and it had taken me a couple of years to finally realize it and get it back under control. After the dream started, I picked up a bottle for the first time in nearly a decade. And it should have felt like a step backwards, but honestly, it felt just right. Mr. Ward started stopping by more often. I could tell he was a little worried about me, probably thought I was losing it out there on my own. He'd never been one to hover or try to tell me my business, as so many people in the community did. I didn't really mind the extra attention. He was a nice enough fella. He also never tried to get in my pants like many of the people in town. Most of them just saw me as a woman on her own, and that made them think that I needed protection of some kind or another. "You sleeping all right?" he asked me one afternoon after inviting me over for dinner. "Your eyes look like you haven't had a good night's sleep since before Trump got in office." I laughed and told him that I'd been having some weird dreams lately, but it's probably nothing. He sipped at his coffee, giving me a look that made me think that he wasn't so sure. My grandma told me a story when I was a kid about a creature, one that gave people bad dreams. Have I ever told it to you?" I shook my head. Mr. Ward usually didn't indulge in stories. As he got rolling with it, I realized this was probably more of a folktale than some sort of historical event. And Grandma always used to say that it was a creature that attached itself to people and swallowed their soul while they slept. It was called Laramie, or something like that. And it was supposed to be pretty nasty. It took the form of a big dog, some kind of canine, maybe even a coyote. It would continue to attack them in their sleep until there was nothing left. It would stalk them, and eventually it'd either get tired of them or it would drain them dry. I told him it sounded like his grandmother had the same taste in kids' stories that mine did, but he didn't laugh. He looked deathly serious about this, and I wondered if this was another one of his anecdotes or if this was something a little more personal to him. Well, the Laramie could only be run off by ignoring it completely. You can't acknowledge that it exists because it feeds on your fear and your trepidation. You have to completely turn your back on it or else it'll find you and it'll take what it wants. I asked him if his family's coyote repellent worked on this thing too. He still didn't laugh. "I take this seriously, girl. I had a great aunt that my grandmother claimed was drained dry by the Laramie. She started having the bad dreams, and she began getting very paranoid, and all of a sudden she just died one night. Went to bed as fitful as usual. She simply never woke up." I thanked him, but I really didn't take what he was saying seriously. It was just bad dreams. Nobody really believes that some spiritual boogeyman is trying to get you through your dreams, do they? This isn't a horror movie, and I was extremely skeptical about anything that sounded that preposterous. That night, the dreams changed slightly. I was still being stalked by whatever it was. I firmly put the name Laramie out of my head, but it had begun whispering something to me. I wasn't quite sure what it was. It never got close enough for me to really tell, but no matter what I was doing in my dreams, it got closer and closer until I felt as if it were right behind me. I'd be washing the dishes or feeding the chickens or doing something out on my farm, and I could feel its hot breath on the back of my neck as I went about my day. I could still catch a little glimpse of it in my peripheral vision, but it still just looked like a big dog with long legs. Now that it was closer, I could tell it was probably a coyote, but it still had those huge noodle legs that it walked around on like some kind of deranged children's drawing. It would whisper just low enough for me to not make it out, and as my anxiety racketed up, I tried my best to put it out of my mind. Suddenly, Mr. Ward's story didn't seem so far-fetched, and I obediently set my face forward as I washed dishes and fed chickens and tried to survive this monstrous dream. It went on like that for 3 or 4 nights, the Laramie now in my mind at all times, whether I wanted to think of it or not. It would come to me and whisper in my dreams, and I would try my best not to acknowledge it. I'd turn my face away, I'd keep it forward, not looking left or right, so as not to let it know that I had ever seen it. Each dream seemed to last 1,000 days, and I really believed that I would go crazy before it ended. And then, on the last night that I saw the creature, it changed yet again. It was coming around to the side of me and not fully letting me see it, but letting me know it was there. It wasn't whispering anymore either. It was saying my name out loud, letting me hear it. It had never done this before. It had always whispered, and for it to be all but shouting my name at me made me even more nervous. I didn't know what to do. I just kept ignoring it and kept acting like it didn't exist. As the night went on, it seemed to get more and more agitated, and instead of saying it, it started yelling my name in this deep, guttural voice. It sounded like a dog trying to bark someone's name, and it sent every hair on my body standing on end. I dropped a plate while I was washing dishes and had to slowly bend down to pick up the pieces while the creature capered around me, just out of sight. I was shaking near the end, certain that I was about to go insane, and when it shouted my name, it took everything I had not to jump or flinch or show it any sign that I had heard it at all. I could feel my lips trembling, and my face getting ready to break into a scream, and then, as suddenly as it began, the dream ended. I was sitting on my bed, sweat standing out on my body, but it was the last night I ever saw the creature. I told Mr. Ward about it, and he said that I had gotten very lucky. He said most people don't survive their encounter with the Laramie, and that I should be very careful of it in the future. It hasn't been back since, but sometimes I feel myself being watched in my dreams, and I wonder if it's waiting just on the edge of my vision, trying to see if I'll notice it once again. I keep going back and forth on whether to post this. Part of me thinks writing it out will help me process it, and part of me thinks I sound like a lunatic, but whatever. Here goes. I do cleanouts for a living. Foreclosures, mostly. Some abandoned rentals, couple of hoarder situations a year. Basically, once a bank or a landlord takes a property back and they call guys like me to go in, and we just get everything out so they could sell it or they could rent it again. It's not glamorous work. I mean, most days It's just garbage bags and trying not to gag. See a lot of sad stuff, you know, family photos, people left behind, kid toys. One time, a dog crate with the door still zipped shut. I don't want to talk about that one. Point is, I've been in a lot of empty houses. Now, I've never had anything happen that I couldn't explain. That is, until 3 weeks ago. This place was a foreclosure. Been empty at least a year, probably more. Had that wet wood smell that houses get when nobody runs the heat for a while. There's no power. Windows were grimy. Barely see through them. It's standard stuff, honestly. I've seen way worse. I was working the upstairs bedrooms. Tiny closet in the back bedroom, barely big enough for a rod and some hangers. There were a few coats still hanging, and behind them on the floor, there was this metal lockbox. The kind you keep documents in. You know, the fireproof ones. The ones from Walmart, whatever. This is the part where I have to be honest about something, because people keep asking me, well, why didn't you just leave? Answer is because at this point, nothing weird happened yet. It was a box in a closet. I open boxes, containers in these houses literally every day, because sometimes there's stuff worth salvaging, and sometimes there's stuff the bank needs to know about. You know, the box wasn't locked. It wasn't even latched all the way. Inside, one of those old clunky Polaroid cameras. Pack of film, stack of photos, face down. They look blank on the back, you know, just white. Picked them up, flipped through them. One slid off the stack and landed on my forearm, and my sleeve was pushed up past my glove. Except it didn't land, it stuck, you know, flat against my skin, stuck like a sticker or like a wet paper, except it wasn't wet. And immediately cold, not cool, cold, like I'd pressed an ice cube onto my arm. I pulled it off quick. It made that sound, you know, when you peel tape off skin, that ripping, tacky sound. And it took a second to come free. There was this white rectangle on my arm where it had been. I don't mean it was pale. I mean, it was white, like the color had been sucked out of my skin. Like if you took a photo and erased one square of it down to nothing. I was still looking at that, trying to figure out what the hell, when I noticed the photo in my other hand was changing. It was developing. Whatever the word is, you know, when a Polaroid goes from blank to showing an image, except what it was showing was skin. It was showing my skin. I could see the freckle that I have near my elbow. It was my arm. And right in the middle of the image was this dark square shape. I looked at my arm. I looked at the photo. It was the same spot. Then my arm started hurting. You know, not like a cut or a sting, more like, okay, you know when you press your thumb really hard into a muscle and you hold it, that ache, but in a spot where there was no reason for it to hurt. The white rectangle on my skin started going purple while I watched, not spreading out like a bruise normally does. It's like filling in. You know, the color was filling in from the edges towards the center, staying perfectly inside the rectangle shape, like something was coloring it in from underneath. I put the photo down on the floor and pain didn't stop. The photo finished developing and it showed my arm with the bruise. The same shape, same size, same location. Like it had taken a picture of something that hadn't happened yet, and then it made it happen. I left. Okay, I want to say that I was calm about it, but honestly, I walked out fast. Didn't run, but I definitely wasn't casual about it. So the next morning, the bruise looks like it's been there for days, right? Dark in the middle, tender when I pressed on it. Perfectly rectangular, which I shouldn't have to tell you is not how bruises work. In the center of it, still lighter than the rest, almost pale. Also, and this is going to sound weird, but I swear, my hair stopped growing inside that rectangle. Like that patch of skin, like it wasn't mine anymore. Like it had been replaced with something that looked like skin, but wasn't exactly. I should have left it alone. I know that. You know that. Everyone reading this knows that. But I went back to the house, told myself I needed to finish the job because I do. They don't pay me if I don't finish, and I'm not about to lose a contract because I got freaked out by a piece of film. The box is still there. Everything was where I left it, except the top photo on the stack wasn't blank anymore. It developed on its own overnight, sitting in a dark closet in an empty house with nobody there. The image was the closet floor, the box, and a hand reaching for it. My hand, from earlier. But the angle was wrong. It was taken from inside the closet, from up high, like from the shelf above the rod, looking down at me opening the box. Nothing was on that shelf. I checked when I first found the box. There was nothing up there. I picked the photo up. I had my work gloves on this time because I'm dumb, but I'm not that dumb. And it twitched. I need you to understand what I mean. I don't mean that it moved because my hand was shaking. I mean the photo itself spasmed like a muscle, like something alive. One quick twitch, and then still again. The image started getting darker while I held it. The shadows in the closet in the picture were getting deeper. The inside of the box going black, way blacker than it should have been. And then something leaned forward out of that darkness in the photo. It was not a face. That's what everyone asks me. Was it a face? No, it was more like a face-shaped dark spot, like if darkness had layers and something pushed through from behind. My bruise lit up, felt like someone put a cigarette out on my arm. I dropped the photo, I yanked my glove off because my palm was burning now too. Red rectangle in the center of my palm, same size as the photo edge, right where my fingers gripped it through the glove. So obviously I took the whole box home. Yeah, I know. I don't have a good explanation for why I did that, except that I think I was already past the point of making smart decisions. I think when something impossible happens to you, your brain just kind of, it stops running the, is this a good idea program? It starts running the, I need to understand this program, and you do stupid things. Kitchen table, I dump everything out. Camera, film, stack of photos. I'm just sitting there staring at it like it's going to explain itself. The camera clicks. My hands were on my lap. I wasn't touching it. It clicked by itself. The mechanical sound of a Polaroid taking a picture, and then the motor noise, then a photo slid out of the front. Slid across the table, stopped right in front of me. I don't mean it traveled because the table was tilted. My table isn't tilted. It slid across a flat surface and it stopped in front of me like someone pushed it. I didn't pick it up. I just sat there and I watched it develop. It was me, sitting at my kitchen table from across the room, like from the doorway to the living room. In the picture, my left hand was up. There was a black square on my palm. Not the red mark that was actually there. It was black, like a hole. My real hand started burning deep, not surface level, like the pain was coming from inside my hand, from the bones or the tendons or whatever is in there. I ran to the sink. I held it under the cold water. It didn't help at all. I watched the skin on my palm go white, then red, and then this dark, angry color, perfect square edges, like it was printed on me. The camera was pointed at me from the table. The lens was facing me. I had dumped it out randomly, and somehow it landed pointed right at my chair, or Or it moved. I don't know. I grabbed oven mitts, shoved the camera in a metal trash can, and dumped all the film and photos in after it. And I put the lid on top, and I wrapped the whole thing in packing tape, took it to the garage. Felt like I was disposing of a body or something. Went to urgent care for my hand. The nurses wrapped it up, asked what I touched. I said I touched an old camera. She gave me this look like she wanted to ask for more, but didn't. They gave me burn cream and they sent me home. And that night I woke up because I heard it. That sound a Polaroid makes. The click. And then the whirring right next to my head. Camera was on my nightstand. A fresh photo sitting right next to it. I left it in the garage. I taped the lid. I know I did. The next photo showed my hand. Bandaged up, except in the photo, the bandages were soaked through. They were dark, saturated. My actual hand started itching under the bandage, then stinging, then this pulling feeling like something under my skin was being tugged sideways. I ripped the bandage off and the burn had changed. The skin inside the rectangle was smooth, not scarred smooth, but like new. Shiny, like a different type of skin had been installed there. And in the dead center was a gray mark. It looked like a doorway, a tiny rectangular doorway shape in the middle of my palm. Camera clicked again. Another photo came out, then another one, then another one. I didn't think. I grabbed it with the kitchen tongs, ran to the bathroom, threw it in the tub, dumped bleach, tile cleaner, drain opener, and everything under the sink on top of it. Didn't even think about the fumes. I mean, I probably should have. The camera sank to the bottom of the tub. It sank wrong. It sank too fast, way too heavy for what it was. And then it started whirring loud. Not the normal sound it makes, angrier, faster, like it was trying to take photos rapid fire from underwater. My palm felt like something was pushing out from inside, pushing against my skin from underneath, trying to get through. I yelled. I'll admit that. I'm not going to pretend I was tough about it. I yelled. I almost passed out. I had to sit down on the bathroom floor. The skin inside the square in my palm cracked along the edges, clean, straight cracks, and underneath the cracked skin was raw, pink new skin, like something had been pressing into it from the inside, molding it. Then the camera stopped. Everything stopped. The whirring, the pressure in my hand, all of it. Just done. I left everything in the tub for 3 days. I didn't go near the bathroom. I used the kitchen sink to brush my teeth. I don't care if that's gross. And when I finally went in there and fished stuff out, the photos were ruined. They were warped, swollen, fused together. The camera looked partially melted, plastic all warped, discolored. And I thought, okay, it's over. Whatever that was, it's done. And I picked it up. Top photo from the stack. And on the back of it, pressed into the surface like someone wrote it with a fingernail, were the words, "Keep still while it develops." That night, my phone wouldn't unlock. Face ID wouldn't work. I tried the passcode, tried fingerprint. I looked at my fingers. The ridges were gone. My fingerprints, they were smooth. Both hands, all 10 fingers. Smooth like paper, like photo paper. It's been a few weeks now. Nothing else has happened. The rectangle scar on my palm is still there. Skin inside still feels different, tighter, thinner. Gets cold sometimes randomly, like really cold. Same cold I felt in that first photo stuck to my arm. My fingerprints still haven't come back. I had to set up a new passcode for everything. Couldn't even log into my banking app for 3 days. Try explaining to your bank that you need a password reset because a haunted camera stole your fingerprints. You can't. You just say you forgot it. I don't know what was in that camera. I don't know what it was trying to do to me. I don't know if that gray doorway shape on my palm is what I think it is. But sometimes at night my hand gets cold in that spot. It feels like something on the other side's pressing back. Waiting for another picture. So yeah, don't touch old Polaroids you find in an empty house, because whatever's on the other side of that film doesn't just take pictures. It takes prints. My friends and I wanted to do something big together before we all went our separate ways at the end of the summer. We just recently graduated and we decided that we would take a trip to Mammoth Cave National Park for the weekend. It was 5:30 in the afternoon when River and Henry pulled up to the campsite in Henry's beat-up silver Pontiac. My other friends, Noah and James, greeted them excitedly. "You started a fire yet?" River asked, exiting the car, pivoting, a pistol on his hip. "No, James brought these shitty fire starters that don't work," Noah groaned. River was always the most outdoorsy person in the group, though we all were raised in rural Kentucky. River spent most time in the wilderness, camping, hunting, fishing, hiking, etc. We had hoped to get the fire started before he got here so that he wouldn't give a shit. "The starters will work, just give me one more try." James grabbed another starter. It was an empty toilet paper roll with dryer lint stuffed in the middle. He hunched over the crumpled pile of sticks and dried leaves, ones that we had made, and tried to light it with a lighter. No luck. "How'd you get this idea again?" asked James. "My mom thought this would be a good idea. I didn't know why they won't start. I figured the dryer lint would light right up." He went back to try to start the fire, and while he once again failed, he grunted angrily, tossing the starter into the forest. It flew about 50 feet, hit a tree, and then thunked onto the forest floor. "Dude, the national park's gonna fine us for that," I said, hitting James on the shoulder. "They won't find it. Besides, it'll decompress." Decompose? Whatever. I didn't know if the national park would fine us individually, or if it would all fall onto me since I made the reservation, but I knew I didn't want to find out. I made my way into the woods carefully, watching for any signs of poison ivy. Luckily, it was close enough to the campsite that there was a small path that I assumed was made by people going out to pee. The path led me mostly to where the starter was. At least, where I thought the starter was. When I got there, the spot was empty. Well, except for a small tuft of lint stuck on a bush. Confused, I pulled the piece of lint from the bush and looked around, scanning the forest floor. There was nothing. I looked around one more time when my eyes locked onto something no more than 40 feet away. A yellow eye. It was like that of an eagle, peered just slightly from the side of the tree. Part of what I guessed was the animal's neck stuck out too. It was covered in a white feathering, maybe hair. It was hard to tell. Perhaps what was most concerning was the height of it. Nearly reaching the first branch of the large oak tree, the animal had to be at least 20 feet tall. I stood frozen. I felt ice shoot through my veins. My heart beat into overdrive. The creature just stared, unmoving. Did it know I saw it? Did it care? What was this thing? Questions shot through my mind one after another until my focus on the creature was broken. "Lucas! Lucas!" I turned my head at the sound of my name. It was Henry. He walked up, crunching leaves and twigs underfoot. I quickly turned back to look at the creature, but it was gone. "Did you find it?" Henry asked. No, I'm not sure where it went." I kept my eyes on the tree, waiting for that thing to poke its head out again. River got the fire started. It took him like 30 seconds. "Henry, I think there might be something out here. I just saw something peering from behind the tree." I pointed to where I saw it. Henry's gaze followed my finger, but he saw the same thing I did. Nothing. "Uh-huh," Henry said skeptically. "Well, there's something out here. We'll be safer at camp." Okay, I exhaled, trying to clear my head. My body was still tense, but I managed to walk it off by the time I got back to camp. Everyone had set up their chairs around the fire. I grabbed mine, unfolded it, and sat down next to Noah. I couldn't help but scan the trees around us for any sign that that thing was there. You good, bro? Noah asked. Yeah, I'm fine, sorry, I said hastily. He's not fine. He saw something in the woods. I didn't know it freaked him out this much, Henry added. What'd you see? A bear? James inquired. Definitely not. I think it was some kind of, I don't know, a bird, I said in a voice that held more fear than I wanted it to. Well, we shouldn't let scary forest birds ruin our last summer trip before you all go to college and Noah and I go to the military, River said dismissively. I don't know about you guys, but I'm getting hungry. I could definitely eat, James chimed in. Where do we want to go? I think there's a strip club nearby. We can get chicken strips and a lap dance, Henry laughed. I'm down with that, River replied. My girlfriend probably wouldn't like that. I wouldn't want to keep it a secret from her. Besides, I don't really care for glitter in my food, Noah added. That's fair, James said. What about this pizza place? James held up a picture of the restaurant. We all nodded in agreement. Henry's Pontiac didn't have enough room for all of us, so instead, we loaded into my red pickup truck. Our vehicles had to be parked end to end, so Henry moved his car so that I could pull out. He pulled in again so his car would be in front when he got back. We overindulged at dinner that night. I mean, the place was nice, small, locally owned restaurant with a friendly staff. Under the excuse that we were on vacation, let's splurge a little. We destroyed 2 large pizzas and 2 orders of breadsticks. I mean, it was good. But I felt like a disgusting greaseball afterward. After we drove the winding path back into the campground, an overweight older lady waved at us and approached the vehicle. I stopped the car and rolled my window down. Her face was slightly red, and she wheezed a little bit as she approached. Hello, ma'am. Can I help you? I asked. She rested a fleshy arm on my car door, which put her closer to me than I would have liked. I'd ask you boys for a favor, she said in a voice that revealed she was a veteran smoker. My sweet Mabel's run off from us. Could you keep an eye out for her? It's not like her to wander off. She held up her phone. There was a picture of a Shih Tzu with a bright pink collar around her neck. I moved my head so the others could see the picture. We'll let you know if we see her. Hopefully she'll turn up soon, I told her. Oh, thank you. My husband and I are staying in the camper there. She pointed to a notably large camper that barely fit in the parking space. Just let us know if you find anything. I nodded. She turned and shuffled back towards her camper. Rolling the window up, I drove us back to our campsite. Too bad about the dog, James said solemnly. Yeah, shitty place to lose a pet. Should be anywhere out there. River gestured to the forest around them. I pulled into our parking spot and turned off the truck. The air conditioning left the vehicle quickly as the summer heat started to replace it. We looked at the campsite that we left. Shit, we said in unison. In front of us, on the picnic table, were 3 squirrels. They'd torn open the marshmallow bag we brought to make s'mores, and the white puffs were strewn across the ground, each with little teeth marks in them. We got out and the squirrels quickly scattered, though one decided to carry off 1 more marshmallow to go. Noah and I walked over and picked up the torn open bag. There was still about half a bag left. We still eat these, or you're gonna get rabies? He asked. I don't think that's how rabies works, River said, taking the bag from him. He picked out the ones with bite marks and tossed them on the ground. There, now it should be fine. Noah looked at the bag as River held it out in front of him. Yeah, I'm not gonna take any chances. Noah held a hand up dismissively. Pussy, River taunted as he popped a marshmallow into his mouth. Noah frowned, but he said nothing. Why don't we chill around the fire a little bit, I said, change the subject. We all agreed. We gathered around the campfire. I took a seat facing the woods. The sun was setting and the darkness was beginning to envelop the trees. The unsettling thought that anything could be out there looking back at me seeped into my mind. I shivered and shook it from my head. It wasn't productive to worry about what I can't see or control. Focus on what you can control, my parents would tell me when I was starting to worry. I needed to remember that. We talked for a while around the camp, circling around topics of women, our futures, past memories. And it hit us that this would be one of the last times we'd be together. I mean, we'd known each other since kindergarten and watching each other grow up. I felt a twist of cold sadness coil in my stomach. I don't think I'm ready to leave you guys, I said in a squeakier voice than I wanted. We could still stay in contact with each other. It won't be the same, but we could still talk, said Henry. James nodded. You guys can reach out anytime. Try to check in weekly with all of you. And me too, Noah added. I'm not sure how much I'll be able to talk after I get with the army, but I'll try to reach out when I can. River popped a zin as he said that. I've been really fortunate to have all of you in my life. A tear fell from my eye, but I quickly wiped it away before anyone noticed. I'm gonna miss you guys so fucking much. And we had a really good run, though, James exclaimed, adopting a more positive tone. Sure did, River smiled. Yeah, we get to make something of ourselves now, be real men. Henry cheered. That's right, Noah agreed. He stood up and grabbed 5 Mountain Dews from the cooler and passed one to each of us. Cheers to the future, he yelled. Cheers, we shouted in unison. My God, it was corny, but it lifted our spirits and the cold twist in my stomach lightened. It was now around 9:30 p.m. I excused myself from the restroom. I figured it was good to find the bathroom now, so I wouldn't be searching for it in the middle of the night. In the distance, I heard the old woman who approached us earlier still shouting in the dark for Mabel to come back. Her voice was hoarse and weak, and even for a smoker. It was apparent the poor woman hadn't stopped looking for the dog since the interaction I had with her. I walked the dirt trail to the restroom. It was a little off the path, but not by much. I could still see tents and campers through the trees. I walked into the men's room, and it was surprisingly clean. There were 2 urinals, 3 stalls. I found the stall furthest from the door and did my business. As I was about to open the stall door, I heard a bang on the door to the restroom entrance, one that made me pause for a moment. I listened. Silence. I finally exited the stall to see what made the noise. Approaching the entrance door, I put my hand on the handle when another hard bang rattled at it. I felt the vibration of the strike travel from the door and up my arm. I let go of the handle and backed away. Whoever was on the other side was strong. I mean, really strong. Another bang struck the door, and then another. And how did they not know how to use a door, I thought? Were they drunk? The bangs only intensified. It was like a heavyweight boxer was trying to punch the door down. The noise fell into a rhythm. There was a clear and brief wind-up between each strike. What do you want? I finally gathered the courage to ask. Whoever was outside went crazy at that. The banging on the door became rapid, harsher, louder than ever. Then I watched the door handle jiggle. It turned down slightly, then straightened up before being violently shaken. At that, I rushed back to the stall and locked myself in. For the first time, I thought it possible the thing outside was not a who, but rather a what? The handle jostled a couple more times before I heard the door open slightly, and then close again. Another bang struck the door before the handle jostled again. It wasn't long before I heard the door open again, and this time it didn't close. I pulled my legs up off the floor and held my breath. I heard every beat of my heart in my ears. The door was pushed roughly against the wall with a loud clang. Instead of swinging back and latching, it thunked against something that prevented it from shutting. I heard dainty tapping footsteps on the concrete just outside the door. With a slow creak, the door was pushed open more, and the creature I saw back in the woods came back into my mind. Whatever was entering the restroom at the moment did not seem remotely human, but also behaved like no animal I've ever heard of. I then thought about that missing dog and the possibility that she didn't run off. These thoughts swirled in my mind and caused my heart to pound harder against my ribcage. I heard a clacking sound like 2 pieces of wood being tapped lightly together. What was this thing? What was it doing? I didn't know and I didn't care, and I just didn't want it to find me. There was silence for about a half a minute, and then the sound of something slowly sliding against the open door reached my ears. Then the door clicked shut again. It was maybe 15 minutes of silence before I gathered the courage to unlock the stall and walk out. There was another 5 minutes before I opened the door to the outside. I imagine some giant monster waiting outside to grab me the moment I walked out, but that's not what happened. I opened the door and immediately saw the peppering of dents covering it. It looked like someone had taken a hammer to it in a fit of rage. I looked over at the entrance to the woman's restroom. It was entirely untouched. The possibility that the thing had stalked me on my walk to the bathroom hit me. It was the reason why the girl's was untouched. It had tried to follow me when I entered the bathroom. It was hunting. I wondered how close it got to me, and I didn't even know. I looked around. There was no sign of whatever just attacked the door. I inhaled and then immediately bolted back towards our camp. My legs felt like rubber, and my pace felt like the slowest I've ever run. On my way back, I heard someone calling out the name Michael. Has another dog gone missing? I couldn't worry about it. I needed to get my friends and myself out of here as soon as possible. As I ran back to camp, I realized the silver Pontiac was gone. I'd left the keys in the trunk, so they must have moved it out of the way so they could get out. I prayed that Henry and River decided to go home or were called back to their family. I ran up to the camp. James and Noah were sitting around the fire. "He's back," James said with a smirk. "He thought you'd fallen in." Noah laughed. I ignored what they were saying. "Guys, we got to leave right now," I said, as I started grabbing my stuff and putting them messily into a bag. Whoa, we have this place booked until Sunday morning. Why do you want to leave?" Noah protested. "You don't understand, okay? There's something here hunting us. I tried to attack me in the bathroom. Probably ate that lady's dog," I yelled in a panic. A worried look came over James's face. "Dude, you're scaring me. Are you okay?" "I saw you when I grabbed your stupid fire starter. Damn it, I should have trusted myself and left then," I rambled. We can't leave. Henry and River are still here," Noah pointed out. I paused. "What?" "Yeah, they went to search the trail near the visitor center. There's some kid missing. I think his name is Miguel or something," James explained. "Michael," Noah corrected. Dread reached his claws into my stomach and twisted it into a knot. "Call them." "What?" "Call them right now. Get them out of there," I screamed. "Okay, geez, okay," James said, pulling out his phone. He clicked Henry's contact and the phone rang. And rang. And rang. After each ring, I hoped to hear Henry's voice on the other end, but there was nothing. The call went to voicemail. He tried to call River. Same thing. "They must not have any service," James declared. I paused and breathed, trying not to panic more than I already was. Every part of me wanted to pack up and leave. James and Noah could stay or go if they wanted, and I'd be back home in a couple of hours, but I couldn't leave them behind. What would I tell their parents if something happened? I sighed. "Okay, we need to go get them," I said, trying to gain control of myself. James and Noah were hesitant to go and still looked worried about me. However, they still loaded into the truck and we drove the path to the visitor center. The parking lot was almost empty, all except for an empty silver Pontiac parked near the trail entrance. We got out and faced the trail. It was so dark the trail's entrance looked like some kind of abyssal void to hell. We turned on our flashlights and, in a single file, entered the trail. Noah went in first, and I was in the back. Every corner of the woods seemed to move. Branches waved in the wind, bushes shook, twigs snapped. Every noise and movement put me further on edge. There were large, uneven stones that created a rough stairway down into a steep ravine. We traversed them carefully, trying not to twist an ankle. The trail widened at the bottom. We kept on walking until suddenly the temperature of the air dropped dramatically. It was cold and damp. "What is this?" James whispered. "Not sure," I whispered back. Noah took a few steps to the side and shone his flashlight around. "There!" He flashed his light on a sign that said, "Cave Entrance," with an arrow pointed to a narrow trail that split off and descended further down. The main trail continued and started to ascend back up the ravine. Just then a voice came from the trail leading to the cave entrance. Michael! It was Henry. He was close. Henry! River! James shouted. James! River shouted back. Yeah, up here! Slight relief came over me with the fact they were both alive. Through the trees, we saw their distant flashlights moving closer. The two of them jogged up the trail until they caught up with us. Hey, did you find the boy? Asked Noah. Henry shook his head. No luck. We have to keep looking. No! I yelled. River and Henry looked surprised. There's some kind of monster here, okay? It tried to attack me while I was in the restroom. I'm guessing it took the dog. I wouldn't be surprised if the boy was gone too. We need to leave, okay? A monster like the thing you saw earlier? Henry asked. Yes, and don't try to convince me I'm imagining things. I could never imagine this. Okay, well, you've at least spooked me, and I'd like to get out of this forest now, Henry replied. Let's go back up that way, then. We can get in our cars, go back to camp, River said, pointing to the direction we came. He led the way back through the path, and we filed in behind him. We eventually came upon the same stone steps as before, when at the top, a putrid odor hit my nose. It smelled like dog shit. I wasn't going to ask anyone about it, I just wanted to get out. It could have been a number of animals that left it. Nobody else mentioned the smell either, so we'd all been exposed to livestock before. We were very accustomed to unpleasant smells, and they likely thought none of it. However, as I passed my flashlight over the trail, I found the source of the smell, and I stopped as the rest of the group continued. It was a pile of dung, but it was larger than any dog could leave. Most unsettled of all was the frayed pink dog collar sticking out of its side. Guys, I don't know if we should continue this way, I called out to them, but they were already stopped about 20 feet ahead of me. I jogged up to them to see what was going on. Holy shit, I heard River mutter. I looked over them to see why they stopped. The scene was brutal. Blood splattered the trail ahead of them, still shining crimson red. It was fresh. There were organs strewn about it. I saw liver, stomach, pieces of intestines thrown about like silly string. What I think was a kidney. The victim, a female deer, lay just a few feet in front of us. The front half of her body was concealed by the over-trail vegetation. Her abdomen was torn open and entirely hollowed out. Did you see this on your way here? Henry's voice quivered. No, James whimpered. It's here, okay? It's here. I know it is, I cried out. Panic had set in, and I didn't know if I should run or curl up in a ball and pray that it doesn't find us. Shut up, River hissed. If there's something here, all that noise is going to do is get its attention. I moved my flashlight around frantically, but saw nothing in the darkness and thick vegetation. I stopped to listen. There was no sounds, no birds, no crickets chirping, nothing, and then I saw it. Ahead of us, up a small hill about 50 feet off the trail, it showed its head, peeking its long neck around one side of a tree. Its eyes, shining white from the flashlight, were locked on them. It bobbed its head from one side of the tree to the other. A long, pointed beak about the size of a man extended from its face. It had the same hair or stringy feathers that I'd seen before. A blocky red crest sat above the eyes. Ice blasted through my veins. It was going to kill us. I knew it. The misfortune was almost laughable. I mean, we're out in the one place and the one time that this awful unknown creature exists. Fuck! I heard James yell as he noticed the creature too. Everyone pointed our flashlights at the thing. We held our breath and didn't dare to move. For a long time, we sat there watching this thing swing its head from one side of the tree to the other, and then it took a step towards us. A long and lanky front leg moved forward slowly. It held a long finger that curled back and stuck straight up. It craned its neck down as it tediously moved like a cat, stalking its prey. It eventually emerged from its concealments. The proportions of its body seemed entirely wrong. A giant head, long neck, spindly legs, with the front being longer than the back. Its chest was hollow, frail-looking. Whatever this was, it was not of this world, or hadn't been for a long time. It continued to creep forward until it was about 20 feet from us. To our horror, its cautious steps quickened into an unsightly gallop. It raced towards us. We scattered in two ways. Henry and I moved back a few feet into the trail while the other three ran in the direction of the parking lot. I turned around and watched the creature catch James by the foot with its beak. He gasped and fell onto the trail. He tried to get up, but the monster smacked him with its beak, knocking him onto his back. Like the swing of a pickaxe, it brought its head up and plunged its pointed beak into his abdomen. With a swift motion, it pulled back, and a string of James's intestines came with it. Surprisingly, James didn't scream. A look of panicked horror painted his face. He whimpered and tried to push himself away from the beast. It was horrible to watch. The tragedy of an animal trying to survive, even when there was no hope, unfolded before my eyes. I'm sad to say it, but at that moment, all I wanted was for James to die so that he wouldn't suffer anymore. The monster tore off a piece of intestines and swallowed it whole. It noticed James' slow and desperate crawl away and craned its neck down towards him. It made 2 strikes in the blink of an eye. Both hit James in the throat, just below the chin. His body fell, blood pouring from his neck and out of his mouth. His eyes glossed over, and I knew he was gone. The monster stood over my lifeless friend. Henry and I had stopped running long ago. How could we continue after what we just saw? The scene before us was entirely unreal. Suddenly a shot rang out, and that thing made the most terrible sound I'd ever heard. It started low as a deep, throaty gurgle, and then crescendoed rapidly into a shrill, ear-piercing screech. Another shot rang out, and the creature screamed again. It turned and galloped towards the parking lot, limping painfully as it moved. I watched River and Noah jump to the side of the trail out of the way. It didn't even look at them. Instead, it kept running down the trail. Henry and I rushed over to them, running past James's deceased body. We hurriedly pulled Noah and River to their feet. "Get to the cars!" River screamed, gun in hand. "Run!" Racing down the trail, we prayed that the beast wouldn't jump out at us from the trees. It wasn't long before we got back to where we entered the trail. We stopped, and the thing was in the parking lot. As if it couldn't get any more horrific, I watched as it took a running leap and threw itself into the air. Its forelegs opened into the largest pair of wings I'd ever witnessed. From end to end, I guess its wings were the width of a school bus. It took to the air but flew low. It tried to flap its wings, but its flaps were uneven, and the monster crashed into the ground near our cars with a pained wail. As it got up on its stick-like legs, I noticed a large bloodstain on its shoulder. It stood up, limping worse than before. It moved in anguish into the trees in front of our vehicles, and it disappeared. The 4 of us exchanged looks, and we bolted for our cars. I threw open the door to my truck. I jumped in and slammed the door shut. Noah scrambled into the passenger seat. I watched River enter the passenger side of Henry's Pontiac. Henry threw open the door to the driver's seat, but then stopped. The monster was back, standing almost over him. It plunged its beak down. The glass of the driver window shattered as the creature's head plowed through it. It recoiled and shook its head. Henry took off back towards the trail entrance. The beast gave chase, slower and with a pained limp. It was still fast enough to start closing in on Henry. I exhaled sharply. I wasn't going to let another person die tonight. I turned to Noah. "Get in Henry's car." "What, are you crazy?" he yelled. "Now!" Noah scrambled quickly to Henry's car while keeping an eye on the monster at all times. He got in and shut the door. I threw the truck in reverse, pointed the front end of the creature chasing Henry in front of the tree line. I slammed on the gas and the truck rocketed forward. I felt the front end slam down roughly as it left the pavement and fell into the grass. The monster turned its head, seeing the large vehicle barreling towards it. It left Henry and tried desperately to hobble away in the opposite direction. It wasn't fast enough. I turned the wheel sharply and caught the beast. It fell hard on the front end of the truck and fractured my front window, and then with a loud bang, my truck collided with the solid trunk of a tree. My airbag deployed, which sent me roughly back into my seat. As it deflated, I exited my truck. My chest was painfully bruised. My nose was bleeding. My head rang like a bell. I turned and I looked at the damage. The front end of my vehicle was horribly damaged. It looked like it was trying to engulf the tree. Between the tree and the truck was the creature, horribly broken, but still lashing what little parts it could move. One wing was crushed beneath it and in the trunk. The other stuck out at an odd angle and gave jerky movement. Its neck bent over loosely and its head hit the crumpled hood of the truck. Blood pooled from its mouth. It opened and closed that terrible beak, but no sound came out. Its chest, lungs, and lower body were crumpled somewhere in the wreckage. I watched as its eyes blinked and free wing fluttered weakly. I was reminded of how James died. I found myself pitying the thing for a brief moment before I pushed the feelings away. It didn't feel right to give this thing the same emotion I'd given James. Henry, Noah, and River ran up to me shouting things I couldn't understand. My ears were ringing too loudly to hear anything. Last thing I saw were the red and blue lights of the emergency responders before I collapsed into the darkness. I woke up in the hospital the next day. I had a concussion, had broken my nose and a few ribs. Hurt like hell for a while, but it wasn't anything too severe. Strangely enough, nobody ever questioned me or anyone about the events of that night. It wasn't until much later that I learned why. They already had their story. The news reported events that night of a wild black bear attack. For some reason, they covered it up. James's parents were told their son was mauled to death, along with a Shih Tzu and a 12-year-old boy named Michael. For now, that's a story they'll believe. Henry, River, Noah, and I didn't have it in us to tell them what happened. I mean, we'd sound crazy if we did. The cover-up didn't go unscrutinized, though. For one, black bears were rare, if unheard of, around Mammoth Cave. And two, fatal black bear attacks were almost just as unheard of. People wasted no time spinning theories about what happened that night, from Bigfoot, serial killers, wild cave people. They landed on everything but the truth. I mean, I did some research on my own. After Google searches, I learned that thing that we encountered that night was called a Quetzalcoatlus. Some flying reptile that went extinct with the dinosaurs about, 66 million years ago. I guess that needs to be updated to June 16th, 2023. I find myself pitying the monster again from time to time. I mean, I guess I should stop calling it a monster. It was a predator, an animal. One's trying to find its place in a world that had long forgotten it. And it died because it had to. The earth demanded it. The environment wasn't made for it anymore. If it wasn't for the front end of my truck that got it, it would have been the bitter winter of the Midwest, disease, starvation. But what still doesn't make sense is how it got there. I don't think some magic portal opened from the late Cretaceous and this thing just slipped through. I think someone made it, and by some negligence, it got out. I mean, that explains the cover-up. Someone doesn't want people to know that they made this thing, and I'm gonna find out who. I'm gonna find out who, no matter how deep I have to dig. T-minus 15 minutes. Paul Bradley stared at his smartwatch as the seconds ticked away on the timer. How often had he looked at that countdown today? Couldn't be sure, but if he had to venture a guess, he'd say he was rapidly approaching triple digits. Still, the countdown hadn't felt real until this point. Nothing about this day had. From the moment he'd woken up, the world had unfolded predictably around him. It had been like watching a play while reading ahead in the script. Events, both major and insignificant, all occurring exactly as foretold. That feeling was gone now. He'd only been given so much information, and now that he was entering the final act, he realized the script's last page was missing. The timer on his watch was no longer a guide telling him when and where to be. Now it represented uncertainty. And with that came the possibility of horror, suffering, even doom. He stuffed his hand in his pocket and promised himself that he wouldn't look at it again. Couldn't be worrying about a countdown just before the grand finale. Not while there was still one last thing for him to do. He didn't know what it was yet. He just knew he couldn't afford to be late. There wasn't any time for that. Floor 3, he reminded himself as he stepped onto the elevator. He'd been repeating the instructions so much they were practically etched into his mind at this point. He pushed the button. Turn left when the doors open. Hang a right at the second hallway. Count 15 paces and then wait. Smooth jazz played over the elevator speakers. Easy listening music, probably chosen by the hospital coordinator to ease the worried minds of the people who came there to visit their loved ones. But Paul knew there wasn't a melody in the world that would quiet the fear that was currently rushing through him. He removed the hat from his head and used his sleeve to dab away the sweat from his brow. As he was doing this, he caught a glimpse of the timer on his watch again, and cursed himself for it. 14 minutes left. He was dressed like a custodian, wearing a uniform he'd swiped earlier that night and pushing a trash bin with a squeaky wheel. In his hand was a cup of coffee. He would have preferred tea, but the instructions he'd been given had been specific. So he drained the last of the drink down his gullet and tossed the empty cup in the bin just as the elevator doors opened. The hospital was a ghost town that evening. It seemed as if most of the nurses and doctors had gone home already. Many of the patients that were being treated there were on their own, and he felt a horrible gnawing in his gut at that fact. He wasn't even sure why he needed the disguise in the first place. There was no reason why he should have been so paranoid about being caught. But deep down, he couldn't shake the feeling that everything was about to unravel. Perhaps it was the trash bin he was pushing, its squeaky wheel, the only sound filling the empty hallway. It tattled on him, crying out to anyone in earshot that he was a fraud. Or perhaps it was his own insecurities. Nothing ever seemed to go right for him. What made him think tonight would be any different? There came an echo of footsteps, hard sole shoes slapping at the floor. Aside from the few patients he'd seen abandoned in their rooms, this was the first person he'd run into since entering the hospital. "Is that you?" Paul called out. He bit down hard on his tongue while he saw the burly man in a security uniform around the corner. It was not who he'd been hoping to run into. Why had he even said anything? Just keep his eyes down and follow the instructions, he thought to himself. Maybe he'll ignore you. He wished that he could turn himself invisible, but the security guard had a bead on him. He felt his stomach drop as the approaching man eyed Paul. He'd screwed everything up. In his mind, he could picture the timer ticking away. The man was enormous. Stopping Paul from completing his mission would be a cinch for him. "You say something?" he said. Paul racked his mind, trying to come up with an out. I thought you were the other custodian on duty," he said. "Sorry." The security guard scanned him up and down, and Paul was certain that he could see straight through his ruse. "I haven't seen you here before," he said. Paul was sweating through his undershirt. This was where he'd be caught. This was where everything would fall apart. No matter what it was he tried to accomplish in life, someone always seemed to get in the way. He took a deep breath and collected himself, knowing that whatever he said next would have huge ramifications. The clock ticked on. "I don't usually work the late shift. I'm covering because, well, you know." Had his excuse worked? He wasn't sure. Before he could follow up, the man put his hand on Paul's shoulder. The security guard had a grip like a vice. Paul wondered if he could rip a tire in half. Any second now, he was sure the man would force him to the ground and detain him. Game over. Everything he'd worked for would be undone, but just when he thought the jig was up, the security guard flashed him a friendly smile, and Paul felt himself relax. "I get it," he said. "Thanks for coming in. Glad to see some people haven't given up hope." The guard released Paul's shoulder and started back down the hall. Relief washed over him, but this feeling only lasted a moment. There was still the matter of his mission. He couldn't help himself. He had to check his watch. 12 minutes left. He lost a lot of time. His gait quickened and he hustled around the corner. 15 paces then wait. 15 paces then wait, he repeated. He counted out his steps here, attempting to take normal strides so he wouldn't overshoot his mark. This wing of the hospital was empty. There wasn't even a nurse behind the desk. He passed by 2 rooms with open doors and saw patients alone in the darkness. He hoped someone would be back to check on them. Nobody deserved to suffer by themselves. It was a sin they were on their own. Anger began to swirl deep in his core, but he pushed it away. There were more important things to worry about. None of his frustration, justified or not, would matter if he didn't finish what he'd come here for. Once he reached his 15th step, he stopped and glanced around. There was no one nearby. "Hello?" he whispered. He waited, then, without thinking, raised his wrist to his face and glanced at his watch. 11 minutes. "In here," came the voice. It had emerged through the cracked door of a hospital room directly behind Paul. "Leave the trash can. Come inside. Close the door behind you." He shot a look over his shoulder to make sure nobody else had heard. Then he followed the voice's direction. It was dark inside. He could barely see after closing the door, so he reached for the light switch on the wall. "No," hissed the voice. "Keep the lights off." Paul spun around to see a faint glow emerge at the center of the room. It started out the size of a pinprick and then quickly swelled into a radiant blue sphere. In a matter of seconds, it was taking up as much space as he was. The sphere began to change shape, first growing legs, then a torso, followed by a set of arms, and finally a head with a familiar face. Paul was now staring at the hieroglyphic projection of himself. Only it wasn't exactly him. This version of Paul was a couple decades older. His features were hardened and weathered. A scar ran across his nose, another one down his cheek. Unlike Paul's short-cropped hair, this other Paul donned a gray-streaked lion's mane. He wore a tattered leather duster that hung below his knees and Kevlar body armor over his chest. But even beneath his clothes, it was evident that his figure was well-toned, providing a stark contrast to Paul's skinny, fat physique. Perhaps most disquieting was his right eye. It glowed red. The cybernetic replacement for the one that he'd lost in combat against some unnamed horror. "Quickly," this Paul said. "Time is of the essence." It was only a projection. He'd seen it before, a holographic video call from the future when it appeared 2 days ago. His future self had looked more like him, aside from a patch over its right eye. The hologram had convinced Paul that it was in his best interest to follow a set of specific instructions. But those plans were shelved when a day later this other version of him showed up looking like an extra from a Mad Max movie. The new projection had shown him proof of his folly. It explained why he needed to correct course immediately. He'd been following its lead ever since. Paul studied the hologram, marveling at just how strange it was to be staring at an image of himself from another time. He could see straight through it. In the window behind the projection, the city skyline glowed orange. People were already rioting. Smoke billowed from buildings. Downtown was on fire. It looked like hell on earth. Was he too late? No. He snapped his attention back to the hologram. "Everything's happening exactly like you said it would," said Paul. "I caught a news report on the way over here. The billionaires are already taking to their bunkers." "Yeah, of course. It's just as I remembered," the holographic projection of future Paul replied. It gave him a concerned, tight-lipped smile. "But you have to see everything for yourself, if you're going to truly believe me." "You said the missiles won't launch until 9 a.m. tomorrow," said Paul. "Correct," said future Paul. "But in order to stop that, we must set forth the machinations now that will prevent the nuclear holocaust from taking place. My time projector is low on fuel, so this is our only chance. We have one shot. If we fail, billions will die. We have..." He glanced at the clock on the wall. 10 minutes. Paul felt a chill at that. 10 minutes to prevent the end of the world. Why did it need to fall on his shoulders? All his life he'd been a failure, and now, when it mattered most, he was expected to step up. How was that fair? "I don't know if I can do it," said Paul. "You must," snapped future Paul. "Only you have the power to correct my mistake. Our mistake, but we must act first. My time projector's running out of fuel. I won't be able to guide you anymore when that happens." Paul heard the beeps and whirs of hospital equipment and realized they weren't alone in the room. To his right, behind a privacy curtain, there was somebody lying in a bed. Slowly, he approached the curtain and drew it back to find a very sick child. The boy's body was rail thin, his skin sallow, his eyes sunken deep in the sockets of his face. Most of his muscle had wasted away. To Paul, the child looked more like a skeleton wearing a skin suit than a little boy. "His name is Timothy Osborne," said future Paul. "He's 10 years old. Stage 5 cancer. You being in this room with him at the very moment is vital to humanity's survival. I'd say his presence here today is just as important as yours. That's why I brought you here." Paul's heart skipped a beat at those words. He hadn't expected someone else would be involved in this, let alone a child. Is he dying?" responded the hologram. "Yeah. He won't last much longer. The cancer's already eaten away at most of his organs. He's not long for this world. Hopefully, this knowledge will make it easier for you to do what must be done. It's the only way to stop all this." The wheels started turning in Paul's head as he mulled over his future self's words. Set forth the machinations that will prevent a nuclear holocaust. The conclusion he drew made his stomach turn. "I see," he uttered. "You want me to kill him?" Future Paul nearly choked. "God, no!" he shouted. On his face was a look of horror, and Paul felt a little embarrassed that he had even considered such an idea. "Lord, nothing like that. I don't want you to kill him." Paul let out a sigh of relief. "Oh, good. I want you to poop on him." Wait, what? Paul looked back to the face of his future self, hoping to see a twinkle in his one organic eye, the crack of a smile, anything to suggest he was joking. But the older, more grizzled version of himself only gazed back, his face more serious than ever. "Poop on him, Paul," the hologram repeated. "Save the world. Poop on the boy." Paul waved his hands. Whoa, hang on. Are you crazy? I'm not going to poop on some kid." "Oh, but you were fine with killing him," said the hologram. "You got some real messed up priorities, mister." "I was not fine with killing him," said Paul. "You said the fate of the world is on the line, though. It is." Future Paul extended a finger into the air. "And you would have murdered little Timmy in cold blood, but pooping on him is some red line for you?" Paul crossed his arms over his chest. "I mean, for one, it's disgusting. Let's back up, all right? How does any of this even make sense? How could doing something like that prevent the world's nuclear powers from annihilating each other?" Future Paul mirrored his stance. "A butterfly flapping its wings can cause a hurricane on the other side of the globe," he said matter-of-factly. "What the hell does that mean?" "It's a metaphor. It describes how a small, non-initial change in a complex system can lead to large, unpredictable differences at a later stage. Look, time travel is very complicated. I can't sit here all day explaining it to you. We only have," he looked at the clock, 8 minutes for you to do your business. So get to pooping. Can you stop saying it like that? Like what? Poop. It's weird. It just say shit or something. Like poop almost feels like you're downplaying how disgusting this whole thing is. Future Paul was getting annoyed. "This is the children's wing of the hospital. They wouldn't dare use profanity like that around these impressionable young kids." "But you want me to shit on one?" "Poop. And I don't just want you to poop on him. I need you to poop on him. The world needs you to poop on little Timmy Osborne." "Can you not say his name?" said Paul. That just makes it worse." "Apologies. The world needs you to poop on that sick, dying child. Is that better?" Paul looked at his watch. 7 minutes left. Didn't want to stall, but he needed to know more. "So, in the original timeline," Future Paul sighed, "I pooped on the child." "Was it like a sex thing?" "What?" blurted Future Paul. "No, it was not a sex thing. How could you say that? That's wrong on so many levels. Is it a sex thing for you?" "No. Well, I am you, so why would it have been a sex thing for me? Okay, look, I'm sorry. It's so vile. You think I don't know that? Said the hologram. Pooping on that child was my greatest shame. That's why when I stole the time projector from the lab, it was invented, and going back and undoing that was the first thing I did. I'm not a fan of theft, but I understand why you did that. But it was my mistake, Paul, said the hologram. The first time I visited you with the time projector, I thought I was fixing things for the better. Little did I know that me pooping on Timmy Osborne was the one thing preventing the world from nuclear annihilation. It was the butterfly flapping its wings, and now that hurricane is barreling straight for you. Paul scratched his chin. And that's why you came back to me yesterday. Precisely. Now, if you followed my instructions, you should have eaten that double daddy beefy patty around 8 o'clock. I did. And the coffee. You had that on your way over here. Yeah? Excellent. Then you should be feeling like you have to poop right about. He looked at the clock. Now. Paul's insides began to grumble. He had to admit the future version of him was dead on the money. He adjusted his waistband. I really don't want to do that. It's not about whether or not you want to. This is the most effective way to stop the missiles. Paul raised an eyebrow. The most effective way? I've run every possible time-altering scenario through a computer algorithm. Trust me, this is the best. What do you mean computer algorithm? I mean, there are still computers in the apocalyptic future? Yes, but there's no internet. The satellites all went offline years ago. They're mostly used for running time travel algorithms and playing solitaire. Okay, what were some of the other outcomes? We don't have time for this. We only have 6 minutes. Try me. All right. According to the program, you had an 89% chance to stop the missiles if you assassinated the Prime Minister of Israel. Well, I don't think you can make that happen. All commercial flights are down, and 72% chance if you assassinate the President of the United States. I didn't vote for the guy, but I don't think I could get close enough to him. And a 54% chance if you had a side of sausage instead of bacon with your toast this morning. What the hell? Wait, why didn't you tell me about that one? A 54% probability. Do you really think I'd leave the fate of the world up to what is essentially a coin flip? It's a bit better than a coin flip. Well, it's not good enough. If you poop on little Timmy Osborne, then according to the computer algorithm, it will have a 100% success rate of stopping this. You haven't seen what I've seen, Paul. If those missiles get launched, there will be horrors, the likes of which you can't comprehend. Well, it's not like the world will be gone. I mean, after all, you're still alive. There's still computers. The world as you know it will be very much gone. In its place will be an irradiated wasteland. All that will survive will be violence, misery, famine, disease, and solitaire. Any humans lucky enough to not be killed will be looking over their shoulders their whole lives as they run from hordes of mutant cannibals. Is that what you want? Of course not, he sighed. He was running out of time. If he didn't do something soon, he was sure the world that his future self was trying to prevent would come to fruition, but the only option for stopping it felt so wrong. He looked back to the hologram. Why'd you do it in the original timeline? What made you poop on that kid? The reason doesn't matter, said the hologram. What matters is that you do it. We have 4 minutes. Paul shook his head. I'm not going to consider it unless you tell me why you pooped on that kid. I mean, never my life if I thought I could be capable of something so terrible, and yet... You better get talking, because I can feel a turtle head beginning to pop out. The hologram groaned. The world was ending, or at least I thought it was. Don't think that I didn't remember what it feels like to be you all your life. The world is shit. It pooped all over you. You tried being nice, but it never seemed to get you anywhere. You had one girlfriend who treated you like a queen, and when she cheated on you with your best friend, she told you that you'd been suffocating her with your love bombing. I thought that the good morning text messages I used to send her were cute. And I remember when you were up for the promotion at work. And Brick Hargrave? The guy you'd taken under your wing stole your idea, got your promotion, then laid you off. Paul frowned. And what about your own sister cutting you out of her father's will after he passed away? Jean got the house, the savings, even Mr. Biscuit, the cat you took care of when your dad was sick. What'd you get? His model train set. It wasn't fair, was it? No. And then this happened. He gestured out the window. World leaders started saber-rattling. The doomsday clock hit midnight. None of it was your fault. It's not anybody's fault, except those selfish assholes who run things. Do you think it's just them who are driven by selfishness? If that were the case, they'd never be in power to begin with. I came here when I thought the world was going to end, and I figured when it happens, I could at least be around people helping each other. Something to give me hope for the memory of humanity. But did you notice when you got here how empty the place was? Paul remembered once again he hadn't run into a single nurse or doctor since he had arrived. They all went home, said the hologram. Even the ones who worked here in the children's wing. They left these kids without anyone to provide them medicine or pain relievers. Even most of the parents have scurried off to hide to be with their family members who aren't so much of a burden. The world is full of poopers, Paul. Everyone just pooping all over each other for their own selfish gains. Wow, said Paul. The hologram continued. And now, I decided I wanted to be a pooper for a change. I wanted to see what was so great about pooping on someone, the way the world had pooped all over me, how those doctors and nurses and parents pooped all over these sick kids and left them to die alone in the dark. I didn't target little Timmy here. Hell, I didn't even know who he was. He's just a sick kid, an easy mark, someone I decided to use so I could feel powerful just one time before I died. I don't know what to say. You don't have to say anything, Paul. This is our cross to bear. All you have to do is poop on that sick kid's face. His face? Yeah, I forgot to mention that part. According to the computer algorithm, it's integral. Don't ask why. We only have 2 more minutes. There was a buzz. What's that? Asked Paul. Oh no, my time projector's out of fuel. The hologram's picture flickered and faded, but there's still time. I just won't be able to guide you. The hologram began to lose shape, and quicker than Paul could bat an eye, it shrank back down into a pinprick and disappeared into nothingness. The last thing he heard was his future self's voice echoing from the ether. Save the world! Poop on the boy! Paul stood there, gawking into the darkness. He was alone again. Well, not quite alone. There was Timmy Osborne, too. Could he really go through with it? He considered what his future self had told him. In another timeline, he'd done the deed willingly. It was an idea so horrible that Paul struggled to comprehend it. What the hologram said to him had resonated, in a way. All his life, he'd felt weak, powerless, chewed up and spit out by everyone he'd ever crossed paths with. He tried to stay positive, but he had to admit, it wasn't always easy. Everyone had a toxic streak in them. Maybe he could see a situation where doing such a heinous thing might have occurred to him. A fleeting moment of power. Perhaps he wasn't as above the idea as he thought. But even now, just contemplating it sickened him. He gazed out at the window again. The city was still burning. Flashes lit up the skyline. It was bad out there. People would die, and even more would suffer if he didn't do anything about it. It was strange to have this responsibility on his shoulders. Billions of lives resting on the choices he made. An odd feeling of power surged through him with that thought. Maybe he didn't need to look at the disgusting aspect of this. Maybe he just needed to think of the good he'd be bringing. If the future version of him had pooped on the child, he'd done it to satisfy his own ego. But Paul didn't have to think about it that way. He could consider this a selfless act. Pooping on the child wasn't about making himself feel better. It was about saving the lives of others. He thought he could live with himself as long as he had that knowledge. An alarm on his watch chimed. His eyes darted to his wrist. There was 1 minute left. His heart thundered. It was now or never. Shit, he said. Paul pulled the privacy curtain open and unfastened his pants. He made his decision. He'd only do this as quickly as possible and get out of there. He climbed clumsily onto the bed and pulled his pants down to his ankles, squatting over the boy's face. Then he began to push. The voice of a child rose up behind him. "Am I in heaven?" asked Timmy. "Oh, Jesus," said Paul. "Is that a tunnel?" said the boy. "Mommy said if I see the tunnel, I should follow the light. But I don't see a light." "There's no light, kid," said Paul. He pushed a little harder. "Keep your eyes and mouth closed." He could feel the pressure in his bowels relax as he pushed. "I'm so sorry," he groaned, as he felt the first of the mass that he had been working its way through his intestines breach his rectum. It was a big one, so big, in fact, that he was sure that if he had used a toilet, he would have needed to flush twice. It still hadn't come all the way out when he looked over to the door and felt his mouth go dry. There was a family standing there. A mom, another child, probably just a year or two older than Timmy, pointing a camera phone at him, and a very large, very angry-looking father. The man's face was beet red. Paul could see his fists bunched up so tight veins were bulging from his forearms. "What the fuck are you doing to my kid?" he screamed. Paul pinched off the last of his loaf and held his hands out. "Wait, it's not what it looks like," he said. "My baby!" screamed the mother. The man pushed his other son to the side and stormed towards the bed. He crossed the room in 2 strides. Paul hadn't even found the time to pull his pants up over his ass before the father had grabbed him by his collar and hurled him off the bed and into the wall. Pain lit up his back when he hit the ground. He tried to stand up but failed. When he looked back to the father, he could see the man was already making a beeline straight for him. "I'm gonna kill you!" he screamed. The man mounted Paul and wrapped his hand around his throat. The other boy, presumably Timmy's brother, had come over to get a better angle with his camera. The pissed-off father then raised a fist, and Paul realized that the pain he was about to experience would probably rival any nuclear blast. The man's fist came down on him. Agony exploded on the right side of Paul's face, centered around his eye. A second fist came down, and he was pretty sure he was only seeing through one eye now. There was a third and a fourth fist, and by the time the fifth one connected in the same place, Paul felt his head begin to spin. There was chaos throughout the room. The mother was shrieking, the boy laughing, and the father was screaming so many expletives, Paul wasn't sure if he was speaking English anymore. Black spots were forming in his vision. He gasped for air, but was fading fast. The last thing he saw was the security guard he'd met in the hallway earlier rush over to the man. "It's not worth it," the guard screamed as he pulled on the father's arm. "Not like this!" The world went black. When the world returned, it did so not all at the same time. First there was a light overhead, then the familiar sound of hospital equipment filled his ears. Lastly, he noticed a concerned nurse standing over him. She turned away and hurried out of the room when she saw he was awake, as if their eyes meeting could somehow infect her with a terrible virus. His quarantine wouldn't last long, though, because a moment later a policeman entered. A sudden pulse of pain throbbed through his face. He grabbed his bandaged head. "My eye is killing me," he whined. The cop shrugged and, with a mouthful of donuts, said, "Probably because that dude punched it out. Docs are keeping it ajar. They'll release it to you when you're discharged." Paul threw his head back into his pillow. "Guess I was destined to lose it whether the butterfly flapped its wings or not," he groaned. The cop frowned. "The hell does that mean?" He took another bite from his donut. Paul tried to sit up and realized he couldn't. Not because of the pain coursing through his skull, but he was handcuffed to the hospital bed. He was just noticing the sun was up. It was daytime. He glanced at the police officer, who was eating a donut, and then found the clock in the room. It read 4 p.m. "Is that time right?" asked Paul. Cop checked his watch and then looked back at him. "Looks like about 3 minutes slow." So it worked, cheered Paul. He tried to throw his arms up in joy, but was quickly thwarted by the cuffs. "What worked?" asked the cop. "It saved the world," said Paul. "I don't know about saving it," replied the cop, "when everyone in the world thinks you're a grade A piece of shit." What do you mean? Asked Paul. The cop grabbed the remote off the side table and turned on the television. He flipped the channel, scrolling past a soccer game and the movie Murder Dome, until he got to a news station. On the screen, a man with a somber expression was speaking into the camera. A picture of Paul's face popped up beside him. "Hey, that's me," said Paul. "The incident was recorded last evening by the victim's family after walking in on the perpetrator committing the disgraceful deed," droned the reporter. "As of now, there is no known reason why the man who is quickly becoming known worldwide as Poo Poo Paul chose the sick child as his victim. What you're about to see is shocking. If you're squeamish, please, look away." Paul grimaced. Poo Poo Paul? The clip of what Paul did to Timmy Osborne played in its entirety. He found that having lived through it just made the whole thing harder to watch. When the clip was over, the newsman returned to the screen. "People are calling it the single nastiest thing a human being has ever done. The incident went viral last night when cities around the world were rioting due to political unrest. Collective shock from viewing it was said to be so great that the rioting simmered only 15 minutes after the video was uploaded." So, the rioters watched the video and they went home? Asked Paul. "A recent poll taken has ranked Poo Poo Paul alongside Adolf Hitler and Jeffrey Epstein as one of the most despicable human beings in history." Oh, come on! World leaders on both sides of international conflicts came together to condemn Paul Bradley for his heinous act. The president of Russia tweeted, quote, "Poo Poo Paul's depravity transcends international squabbles over shipping lines and rare earth minerals. Russia has agreed to speak with NATO officials about working together to prevent this type of behavior and build a better tomorrow." North Korea put out a statement saying, quote, "The supreme leader of the world's most democratic republic, North Korea, has decreed that Poo Poo Paul will henceforth be banned from ever stepping foot on our soil. Failure to do so will result in a public execution by way of the supreme leader's eyeball lasers." "It's not like I ever planned on going there," grumbled Paul. The newsman continued. "The President of the United States is currently golfing and could not be reached at this time, but sources say he'll be recommending the DOJ seek the maximum penalty for the man." "Oh, that doesn't sound good, does it?" asked Paul. The cop swallowed down the last of his donut and laughed. "Come on, let's get out of here," he said. "You gotta get you booked. You have the right to remain silent." As he read Paul his rights, the man on the TV continued to speak. "The world mourns the tragic passing of Timmy Osborne, who sadly passed away this morning. An international holiday has been set as a day of remembrance to commemorate the child. Suggestions are being worked out as to how to honor his legacy. Proposals include wearing a ribbon, donating to cancer research, and perhaps most popular, wiping their butts with toilet paper featuring a portrait of Poo Poo Paul. Companies have already begun taking pre-orders for the special toilet paper and have reported a 10,000% increase in sales since their announcement." "You've gotta be kidding me!" The officer helped him out of his bed and into a wheelchair, then quickly handcuffed his wrists together again. As he pushed him from the room, Paul could still hear the reporter on the television. "In other news, is time travel around the corner? Researchers at a local university say soon. We might have the ability to communicate with the past. Here's what they had to say about a device they're working on." Hey there kids, it's me, Mr. Creepypasta, and before we say goodnight, I just wanted to say thank you so much for watching tonight's video, or for listening to tonight's episode of the podcast, if you were listening to the podcast on Spotify or wherever you get podcasts, or if you're watching the video on YouTube, which is the only place where I post videos. I really appreciate it, you guys, and I'd appreciate if you hit that thumbs up, you hit the subscribe button, and you hit the bell thing next to the subscribe button. As always, I want to give a very big thank you to everybody who supports me on Patreon, patreon.com/MrCreepypasta. That is the main place you guys are able to support me if you guys want to be able to support me, which you absolutely don't have to do, but hey, thank you. And especially if you guys like, you can become one of these wonderful people whose names I mispronounce. People such as
Diana Kraus, Acid System, Benjamin 2003, Blake Rattler, Bottle Coolant, Brandon Mendoza, Caltuna, Corey X Kenshin, Dakota Best, Daniel Polson, Dante Kincaid, Enchanted Buns, Eric Anthony Caruso, Estebeam, 15 Squirrels in a Trench Coat, Galaxy Gremlin, Hades Nephew, Himbo Jerry, Our Minute Second Time, Jay Kearns, Jedis Pet, Lou Cipher, Nick MC, Plant Piss, Red Shadowcat, Remember the Sun, Salty Surprise, Samara Lynn, Scary Stories Fuel Me 32, Seclude, Simba's Bloody Mojo, Sky Harbor, Smiley the Psychotic, Sully Man, Holly Sue, Team Leo 76, The Chavez Brothers, The Ginger Bros, Tommy Walters, Viceroy Scorn, William Wellington, X Reaper 69, XX Lucky Cat XX, Zabol, Shadow Gardens, and Peaceful Buddha. Thank you all so much for being here. And as always, sweet dreams.